A ver. 1, 2, 3, probando. Zip, zip, zip. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A ver. Ya, ahora sí. Creo que todo está bien. Creo que ahora sí. Ya. ¿Qué tal, gente? Soy Lobito. Bienvenidos al último stream, posiblemente el último stream del año. Y la última misión ya de... La última misión de Arconte de Fontaine. Ya acá cerramos todo el arco de Fontaine. Bueno, el arco principal de Fontaine. Con la misión de hoy día, que probablemente sean unas 4 o 5 horas por lo menos. Se termina todo el arco de Fontaine. Obviamente vamos a tener que saludar a Furina. ¿Qué tal, Shamgi? ¿Cómo estás? Lástima que ya no seas abogado, te voy a necesitar otra vez. Pero bien, acá está ya la misión, la final, el acto 5, el acto final ya de la mascarada de los culpables. Dice que tenemos que esperar hasta el día siguiente, como siempre. Pero antes de empezar, vamos a hacer un temple. Todas estas protogemas he ido acumulando y voy a tener más, pero voy a hacer un temple, a ver si... Un temple y al final sí voy con todo hasta que me salga el arconte. Voy a empezar con un temple mientras. Si no me sale ahorita, al final ya hasta que salga. Así que vamos a ver. Pedir 10 deseos. No, no salió. Pero vamos a ver si me sale Charlotte, a ver. Vamos a ver si me sale Charlotte. No, me salió una espada de Favonius. Un mano doble de Favonius. Bueno, esta arma sí me va a servir. ¿Hacer otro temple ahorita o más tarde? Yo creo que al final. Lo voy a dejar para el final, ¿de acuerdo? Así que tenemos que esperar al día siguiente. Ahora sí vamos a terminar ya con esta historia. Espera hasta el día siguiente, hasta las... Acá vamos a ver, 2 segundos esperamos. Esto debería ser automático, honestamente sí. Pero en realidad también me parece bien que hay que esperar, porque a veces no queremos iniciar la historia de frente. Entonces esto nos da tiempo de reaccionar. Muy bien. Ah, ve, por eso, la misión empezaba ahí de frente. Imagínense que hacía el stream y me iniciaba ahí de frente y no me daba cuenta.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Hoy día se acaba nuestra sentencia aquí, en la cárcel. Hoy día salimos de la cárcel. Al fin. Y así empezamos este último acto, que posiblemente termine en tragedia, pero vamos a ver. Hasta donde sé, podría terminar todo en tragedia. Tenemos que ir hacia abajo. Vamos a saltar por acá. Pum. ¿Qué tal, Shamgi? ¿Cómo has estado? El hombre de los 1000 nombres.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress of Meripede via the
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Uy, no. Temblor.
What's happening?
El agua primigenia está saliendo otra vez, creo.
I'm fine, thanks. But I
Bien,
wonder
¿y
what
tú?
that
¿Yo?
tremor was just now.
Tengo hambre, sueño,
Let's go ask the dude.
sed, tengo todo. Pero aquí estoy. Ve a la oficina. Vamos a hablar con el Risley. Ah, mire, me dieron un objeto. ¿Dónde está? Acá está. Esto ya es nuestra... Espérame. Por cierto, gente, quienes hayan visto mi video en donde hablo sobre los equipos de Furina, tengo que aclarar algo. Sí, me olvidé del detalle de que algunos números cuando son muy grandes no aparecen en las celdas. He quedado... Quedé como un tonto anoche. Pero sí, es la verdad. Me había olvidado. Es que estoy acostumbrado a hacer cuadros bastante grandes, no en el sentido de que tengan bastante información, pero sí he trabajado con cuadros con bastante información. Pero sí estoy acostumbrado a hacer mis cuadros con las casillas de buen tamaño. Entonces, muy pocas veces me ha salido ese error. Porque siempre les he dado buen tamaño a mis cuadros de Excel. Por eso es que creo que ha sido una de las pocas veces que me he topado con ese error de que no salen los números, salen puros símbolos de numeral. Me había olvidado de eso.
Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there
A ver, la última vez lo único que hizo Neuvillette fue regresar el agua, pero no la ha sellado. El agua sigue ahí, se sigue formando aparentemente.
Okay, seems we need to get back
Risley
to
lo
the
único que
surface
hizo
and
fue
ask about what
congelarla
happened.
durante un momento.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ok, hoy es el día en que nos largamos de acá.
Yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Este men me ha caído bien,
Yep,
pero lamentablemente él no es Ayaka, así que...
it's you two.
Llegó la melusina.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Eso se llama el síndrome de Estocolmo.
Yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Este men si sale se le van a quemar los ojos por la luz del sol, que está metido aquí tanto tiempo.
Worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, gracias. No, gracias. Me pone nervioso esta...
Paimon really likes the cafeteria here.
I hope you
A mí
won't
me da
be
la
here as
impresión de que
convicts the next time I see you.
Sishwin, creo que se pronuncia Sishwin, su cara es una máscara y en realidad tiene una cara de melusina.
Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meravine is finished.
Hay un meme creo que hicieron con ese programa MMD que se le caía la cara y era una melusina, era una máscara su cara.
We should probably go report
Buen
to it
meme.
now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right.
Y honestamente cuando la ves de frente te da la impresión de que sí tuviera una
Tell him that I
máscara,
hope
que
he
no
hasn't
fuese
been
su cara real,
overwhelmed
de
by the
verdad.
recent string of troubles.
A ver, ¿qué tienen que decir
You're
antes
concerned
de
about
largarme
things at the
acá?
Palais. Why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot. It's been some time since I've gone to the surface.
Ahora, yo sé que Risley en el momento en que sale de acá del fuerte se le van a quemar los ojos, se va a quemar como un vampiro porque tanto tiempo ha estado metido ahí en la fortaleza que la luz del sol lo ha de quemar horriblemente. ¿Y ahora dónde tenemos que ir? Hasta el palacio. Bueno, viaje rápido entonces. Por cierto, el tráiler demo de Furina ha estado increíble, ¿eh? La demo de Furina ha sido increíble. Quiero saber si el chat... Acá siempre se rompe el chat de YouTube. YouTube cada día está peor hoy. A ver. Entramos en el Palacio Mermonia. Uy, yo estoy en el minuto 12. Uy, no puede ser. Está atrasado como 10 segundos esto. Bueno, estoy con 10 segundos de delay en el stream. Voy avisando.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right
Ah,
there.
yo puedo ayudarte, soy un experto
Sorry,
haciendo
I've got my
informes.
hands
Me
full
dedico a
here.
hacerlos todos los
You
días.
can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Ahí está, Monsieur Neuvillette. Neuvillette.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the
Okay.
meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take
¿En
a
qué
break over
momento
there
hemos
while we wait
comido?
for him to finish his
¿En
work.
qué momento? ¿En qué momento? Hemos sacado la comida de emergencia. ¿No? Si nos hemos de frente, hemos venido acá del fuerte hasta acá.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
A ver.
Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Bueno, he salido varias veces del fuerte.
Right away.
A ver, les explico que canónicamente hemos estado metidos ahí en el fuerte durante 45 días.
A massive
Obviamente en
wheel.
el juego podemos salir, ¿no? En el juego, cuando jugamos, fuera del canon.
Do you have any idea what
Pero
that might mean?
canónicamente hemos estado metidos ahí 45 días.
Judging from
O sea,
your
en la
description,
historia del juego.
that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
O sea que está disuelto.
Primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't
Ah,
be
no, verdad,
capable
no
of
se va a
entering in the first
disolver, ¿verdad?
place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes, what is it?
Ah, right.
Ah, el temblor.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
En
After
Poisson.
the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area
Poisson.
rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no.
Oh
What
no.
about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now.
Ajá.
However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
No te creo.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse
En
than it appears.
Poisson. En Poisson.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
En
We
Poisson.
need to go check on her.
Sí,
I
ahí
would
está la
also like
base.
to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to
Yeah.
ask you two to go to Poisson first.
En
I'll
Poisson.
meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
No, mano, voy a...
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
A ver, entonces... Antes de salvar a Furina, tenemos que ir a salvar a Navia, entonces, fantástico. Ok. No me molesta en lo absoluto. Hay un punto de... Acá hay un teletransportador, ok. Entonces tenemos que ir a salvar a Navia. Ok. A Taylor Swift. Tenemos que ir a salvar a Taylor Swift. Ah, directo, maña. Eso me encanta.
Oh no. What happened here?
Que está lloviendo y no hay nadie. Pero si esto ya era una posilga, ¿cómo están diciendo que...?
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's
Ya
not-
se disolvieron todos ya.
Hi, Mommy.
Ya se disolvieron ya como... ¿Por acá puedo bajar? Ah, no, veo a alguien ahí que está sufriendo. A ver, ahí voy para reírme un rato. No, mentira. Aquí no hay nadie, hay pescado nada más. Pescado. Esto debe oler horrible. Si pudiéramos oler esto debería oler, o de seguro olería horrible. ¡No! ¡Uf! Casi me caigo. Hay un tipo. Espera, ¿dónde está el tipo? Ah, está ahí arriba. ¿A dónde tenía que ir? Ah. Ah. Shamgi abogado, salió el Rayo McQueen en Rocket League. Espera, ¿es el mismo Shamgi? ¿Estamos hablando del mismo Shamgi? Por tu foto de perfil pareces el Shamgi hombre morado.
Single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put.
El Rayo
Coming
McQueen
up,
se ve muy
watch your
raro
balance.
en Rocket League. Se ve muy uncanny, se ve muy perturbador, muy inquietante.
All right.
No parece algo... Da un poco de miedo. Nada. Octane para toda la vida, Octane corazón.
I'm not young anymore.
Además tiene la hitbox del Dominus. No me gusta la hitbox del Dominus.
My Desiree.
No, deciré...
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Ah, qué pendejo. Toma mi mano, te hace sentir mejor. Sí, claro. Qué acto tan vulgar tomarle la mano. Mano, voy a llegar y voy a encontrar solamente el sombrero de Navia y toda disuelta va a estar ya. Ah, no, ahí está. Sí, es el hombre de morado, pero es un tipo de policía, no un abogado como tal, pero algo parecido. Oh, el Shamgi abogado.
Navia, she's
Es
over
el
there.
Shamgiverso, ya. Estamos entrando en el Shamgiverso.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Ahí está. Taylor Swift.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Ay, no.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident.
Que de verdad
next
que
to a
Navia
building
se ha robado
southeast of
todo
here.
el show acá en
We've
Fontaine, ¿no?
already transported him to safety.
Es la
We've run out of
waifu de
medical
Fontaine.
supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up.
Ala.
When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground,
Se derritió.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident
Ah, no,
to
se
see a
cayó.
doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in
El
Right.
Poisson.
Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise.
¿Por qué el volumen se bajó?
At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways.
Soy yo.
But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed
What?
a little odd.
Ya miren, acabo de
almost
detectar
like
un
the
error ahí
unique
de...
color of primordial seawater.
Ese diálogo fue
Some
grabado a
people
un volumen más
didn't
bajo.
realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many the
Ay, no,
Rosula
pensé que-
initiated rescue operations as
No,
quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Pregunta, ¿qué es el día
The water that flooded
¿Qué es?
the area
Preguntas
contains
a-
primordial seawater.
¿Qué es el día de
So the
Crillo?
lower levels of Poisson
Ah, día
are
del
still
criollo.
hazardous.
Día de la canción
To
criolla, ¿no te
ensure
estarás
everyone's
refiriendo?
safety, I've asked the
Pues es
people
un
there
día
to
que
leave as
celebramos
soon
el
as
Perú.
possible.
Para celebrar la música criolla que se inventó en Perú.
No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our
Alguien
best
tiene
to
que
help
darle
evacuate the residents.
Un bono,
We
un
still haven't completed
aumento
the
a la
head count,
actriz de
but
voz de Navia.
we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Dinos.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
A ver, quiero un sombrero así parecido. Es lo único que recibiría a cambio. Siento que falta gente. Sí, definitivamente.
Navia. That's what friends are for.
Sí, definitivamente debe haber gente que se ha derretido por el agua primigenia. O que se han caído, o que algo les ha pasado. No sé. Algo ha pasado horrible. Algo horrible ha pasado aquí.
Mademoiselle, we've got a situation here.
¿Qué pasó?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Hoy aprendiste algo, Shamgi Aguado.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Siempre me encanta educar a la gente sobre la cultura peruana. Pero es lo máximo.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Ok, sí, te podemos acompañar, pero ¿para qué? O sea, yo te entiendo, o sea, no es por ser malo ni por ser cruel, pero ¿qué vamos a solucionar? Bueno, ya. A ver, tal vez eso le dé fuerzas a Navia para pensar con claridad. Porque en estas situaciones hay que estar calmados. Entonces quizás esto le dé la fuerza para seguir adelante. Y como digo, pensar con claridad. Hay personas que son así. A ver, vamos. Estoy cansado de trepar paredes. Sí llego. Creo que sí llego. Sí. Ah, si se preguntan por qué estoy usando este team, para los que no habían visto los streams pasados, estoy usando un team canónico. Lo más canónico posible. Se supone que Lynette nos está ayudando. Bueno, Tartaglia está encerrado, debería quitarlo. Ahorita lo voy a quitar.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Pero creo que para el final ya sí no voy a poder usar. Voy a tener que usar un team un poco más fuerte porque...
Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Porque esta parte de la historia va a terminar en una pelea de jefe semanal. Entonces voy a necesitar más fuerza que la viajera adentro. Que mi viajera adentro es fuerte, pero... A ver, voy a leer este comentario tal como... Ay, no, Navia, no. Ay, cada vez que llora me da pena.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
No sabes qué hacer y te está agobiando la presión del momento y como líder debes mostrar yo te entiendo, Navia.
Melus and Silver. They won't ever come back here.
Ah, sus compañeros.
What should I do, Papa?
Ay, qué pena.
Huh? What happened to them?
Navia.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Se ahogaron en el agua. Se derritieron con el agua primigenia.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Melus and Silver, they're just gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery
eran
is the
sus dos
home of
compañeros.
those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
Su mano, qué sad.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Quisiera abrazarla, de verdad.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well...
Por favor, dime que le vamos a dar un abrazo, porque de verdad me da pena.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Melus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Sí.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Melus and Silver.
Su madre.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Melus and Silver.
Chicos, quiero un
But we were able to
F
save
por
more than we
Melus y
anticipated.
Silver. F por Melus y Silver. O7. O7 por Melus y Silver.
The
Que dieron sus
overall
vidas
outcome
para salvar a la
indicates
gente de
that the
Poison.
cost was
O7.
worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Melus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
Fueron héroes, de verdad.
You're right. Thank
¿Cómo
you,
es eso de que
Paimon.
cuando lloran salen lágrimas o cristales?
What you said just now was
¡Benji!
pretty amazing, actually.
Por cierto, bienvenido, Silver.
I'll remember your words.
De darle la bienvenida. Bienvenidos, estaba tan... me puse sad, de verdad me puse sad en este momento. Pero sí, bienvenido Silver al stream, bienvenido al canal. Y Benji Rock.
Oh.
He visto tu video de Toy Chica
Really?
en Left 4 Dead.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since
Ay, miren quién decide asomarse.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Ah, ya se conocen.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait.
No, sí me dio pena, de verdad. Todo por lo que ha pasado Navia.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Ya, está en mi lista de personajes que debo tener. ¿Ah? Navia está en mi lista de personajes que sí o sí debo tener.
That doesn't quite fit this time.
Y voy a conseguir su arma como sea. Esta chica merece todo.
Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering
No confío
positive
en esta tipa.
developments. We were already in the area in any case, so it was nothing.
¿Cómo puedes confiar en alguien cuyos ojos son
That
2X?
said, I must
O sea,
say that
partiendo
you're a
por
lot
eso.
sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
¿Qué clase de Sharingan es ese?
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to.
Ah, por cierto, he visto el trailer, o sea, la demo de Furina, pero yo no he visto el tráiler de la versión, o sea, acá me estoy enterando de todo. Yo no he visto el tráiler de esta versión hasta ahora. Solo he canjeado los códigos nada más. Quería para esta última parte entrar así sin saber nada.
Perhaps one day you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Melus and Silver.
No tenías por qué recordárselo.
My people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Ay, esa carita de Navia.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could.
Ya peleó contra el...
As Paimon said,
O sea, sé que esto va a terminar en una pelea de jefe semanal, porque siempre es así. Pero ya me estás spoileando algunas cosas. No, pero sé de algo de una ballena. Sí sé de algo de una ballena. Y sé que va a estar la maestra de Tartaglia, eso sí sé. Pero no sé cómo va a ir la historia. O sea, no sé cómo más o menos va las cosas, algunas cosas que van a ocurrir, pero como no he visto el tráiler de la versión, solamente he visto los trailers de Furina y de Charlotte, o sea, las demos de Furina y Charlotte, pero nada más.
I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe d'été.
Hotel Bouffe
I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Por cierto, los niños son Lynette y Ferminette.
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Ah, no spoileo entonces. Gracias.
Alright, then we'll
En uno de mis streams pasados hubo un espectador que me spoileó toda la historia. Yo estaba recién en el acto 3 y alguien me spoileó todo. No sé cómo terminó todo en un día y me spoileó todo.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like.
Pero igual, de
to
todas
use when
maneras,
necessary.
aunque te spoileen,
But there's no
te
need
pueden
today.
spoilear una cosita
It would
nomás,
not
pero el
hurt
resto
to have
sí,
Miss
igual te
Novia
impresiona.
listening in.
Verlo ya te impresiona. De todas maneras.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Y yo te dije que no quería trabajar contigo, te dije que no.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and
No,
this time
¿por
it was
qué?
the
No
water
quiero
levels in
trabajar. ¿Por qué?
Poisson.
¿Por qué me dan? ¿Por qué
These
no
are
quiero
both
trabajar con ella? Me da
signals.
miedo esta tipa. El menos vicioso.
Indeed.
Pero
Allow me
es
to
que hay
share the
gente
latest intel
que ni
I've
bien
received
sale
from
ya
the House of
están,
the
ya están
Heart's
speedroneando el
intelligence network.
100% de las nuevas áreas, de todo, ¿no?
During some recent investigations,
Y han añadido una
a
nueva área.
child claimed
Es
to have
pequeñita, pero
discovered some ruins
es
near
nueva, al fin y al cabo.
The ruins
Va a
date
ser un
back to
placer
ancient
llevarlo al
times
100% en
and
2
seem to
semanas,
be
que es lo
worth
que normalmente me
investigating
demoro.
in many ways.
Pero hay gente que en menos de una semana ya lo tiene al 100%.
Judging by the dating
En
of
2
the
días,
ruins,
3
they
días. Hay
may
gente
be
que
related to
speedronea,
the
pero...
prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin
Para speedrunear
exploration.
áreas, obviamente necesitas a Scaramouche o el
This
Wanderer,
disaster
el
struck,
Trotamundos.
and at present, we're
Es la
all
forma
busy
más eficiente de
prioritizing the
explorar.
rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were
Que no es
already in
necesario,
Poisson.
pero...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher grounds to
Freminette.
assist affected residents.
Impossible.
Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Yo...
Which is why I want to give you this task.
A ver, voy a ir donde Lina y le voy a partir la cara por haberme involucrado en esto. No pasa nada porque no
The
sabe lo que
House
es.
of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine
¿Quién le
said
dijo a
that they
Linny
also see
que me
you
pueden
as
involucrar
such,
con
even
con
though
una
you are not
fatui
from the house?
peligrosísima?
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
¿Qué amistad? Si nos mintieron, nos engañaron, nos ocultaron su identidad
The
fatui.
intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share.
¿Eso significa que puedo decirte mami? No dije nada, ya no dije nada, no dije nada.
Go to some ruins, right?
Olviden eso, no dije nada, no dije
Handle
nada.
that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Sí, tú
You
sí,
wish to join,
Tú sí.
Miss Navia?
tú sí, contigo me siento más tranquilo.
You need to rest.
Pero fue Chile, Kiri.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands.
Exacto.
Besides,
Perdón.
I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Melus and Silver.
Navi es una persona muy fuerte, pero ahora necesita estar con gente. Si viene a explorar con nosotros, estará acompañada.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Bueno, vamos pues.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
A
Here's-
Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle
Me
it.
encanta cómo lo dicen.
Pack up and get
Poisson. ¿Eso significa que no habrá comida? Bueno, si hablamos de comida, tengo muchísima aquí, así que escojan su plato. Yo solo espero que cuando salga Natlan haya ceviche. Tiene que haber ceviche, si no... Juro que si no hay ceviche, de verdad me voy... No es momento para ustedes. Peor que está lloviendo y peor que no tengo nada para contrarrestarlos ahorita. Con Paimon al lado nunca hay comida. Ah, verdad, Tartaglia ya no está acá. Tartaglia está ahí flotando, así que no lo necesitamos de momento. Y bueno, técnicamente Lynette se podría decir que nos está ayudando ya que estamos yendo hacia buscarla, entonces sigue siendo canónico mi equipo aquí. ¿A dónde tengo que ir? Ok. No hay ningún teletransportador cerca, así que tenemos que ir a pie nomás. O en este caso, planear. Ah, regresé a la viajera adentro, por cierto. Que estaba haciendo canónico, sí, con la viajera hidro, pero la viajera hidro es malísima, es malísima. No he encontrado forma de arreglarla con build ni nada. Estoy recolectando estas porque voy a tener que craftear también para buscar los hidróculos que faltan. No sé si ya con esta área completamos todos los hidróculos. Se supone que es acá, ¿no? Así es ahí.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
Es un dominio.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Pero como todavía ellas dos, ninguna, ni Arlecchino ni Navia, son personajes jugables, definitivamente no me van a permitir jugarlas. Y no sé si puedo hacer esto solo con la viajera y Lynette. ¿A quién podemos añadir como que nos ayude? Pero que siga siendo canónico. A nadie, ¿no? A ver, vamos por el reto. Vamos a ir con la viajera adentro y con Lynette. A ver. Si la viajera adentro no puede hacer daño, ya me estaré frito. Voy a revisar su build. A ver. Vamos por el desafío. Vamos a hacerlo por el desafío. A ver. No creo que sea tan complicado tampoco. De repente solamente es explorar. A ver. Bueno, tengo mi espada de Favonius. Recuerdos del bosque tengo. Pero mis porcentajes con la viajera. Es que más la uso de support. Bueno, la usaba, ahora ya tengo más personajes dentro, ya no la necesito tanto, pero... Al comienzo, cuando solamente tenían a Ida prácticamente y a Coley, la viajera dentro era la mejor alternativa que tenía. Ahora ya no, entonces por eso se ha quedado ahí olvidada. Pero vamos a ver. ¡No! ¿Por qué? Ya, esto va a demorar. ¿Saben qué? ¿Dónde está la espada de Bennett ya? Por mientras, Bennett, préstame tu espada. Ay, encima que ni tengo energía. Vamos a traerlos. Ah, ya, se imbuyó bien. Esto me va a tomar una eternidad, ¿no? Y ahora sí, ya no tengo con qué imbuir. No tengo con qué imbuir. Pero me salió un golpe. Miren, me salen golpes de 20.000, ¿eh? 10.000, ok. No está tan mal el daño, pero podría ser mejor. Aunque ya lo vamos a matar ya. Ah, pensé que me iba a atacar. Ah, uff. Ah, sí, me atacó. Ya está. Ok, está bien el desafío, creo que no hay problema. Hasta me atrevería a deshacerme de Lynette para seguir más canónico todavía. El equipo más canónico posible. La viajera, sola. Que siempre me he tentado hacerlo, pero creo que voy... ¡Ah! Me asusté, weón. ¡Hala! Miren qué fallo eso, ¿no? Ah, se subió el men. Creo que una espada de sacrificio podría ser buena, ¿eh? Para lanzar doble ahí. ¿Habrá algo ahí más abajo? Oh. ¿Qué es eso? El agua de ahí tiene algo extraño, ¿no? Como que sale de ahí. ¿O es simplemente que... Ah, es por lo que está cayendo el agua nada más. Ok. Acabo de perder valiosos segundos. Como esta va a ser una historia de casi 5 horas. Fantástico, Lobito. Te vas a quedar hasta las 12 de la noche aquí. ¿Saben qué? El próximo año en Natlan, igual voy a hacer el reto solamente con la viajera nada más. Lo más canónico posible lo voy a hacer el próximo año en Natlan.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Igual para las misiones de historia que pueda yo grabar.
A lot of it, too.
Si es tan canon, ¿por qué Aether está con la skin de su hermana?
Paimon would most likely dissolve the moment
De
they
hecho,
fell in.
hay teorías que dicen que ambos son canon realmente porque es un bucle. Que lo que ya vivió nuestro hermano, o sea, lo que nosotros estamos viviendo, nuestro hermano ya lo vivió y así sucesivamente es un bucle. Hay una teoría de un bucle.
There's primordial seawater. It's too
Que cuando
dangerous.
escoges a Ether,
Just stay here.
Ether estás jugando la primera línea de tiempo en donde Ether completa todo. Y cuando juegas con Lumin, estás jugando la línea de tiempo en la cual Ether ya hizo todo. Y así sucesivamente es un bucle eterno. Que son varias líneas de tiempo. Es una teoría, ¿no? Pero no.
Don't get Paimon
Yo creo
wrong.
fielmente en esa
We're
teoría.
not saying you're useless. It's just that
Bueno,
You're right.
son cosas que los
I
main
can't do
Lumins
anything in this
decidimos
situation.
para no volvernos
I'll
locos
leave
también.
this to you.
A juzgar por cómo están, no sé, puede que no haya un camino de vuelta. ¿Se imaginan que simplemente fuera Ether disfrazado?
Complicates things.
Ese era un meme, de hecho no, ese es un
Maybe
meme
the only way left
que vino de
is
Gran Blue
forward.
Fantasy. En Gran Blue Fantasy también hay dos personajes que son Gran y Digita.
do you want to wait for
Y había
us
gente
here?
que decía que Digita era era Gran disfrazado. No sé quiénes conozcan Gran Blue Fantasy,
The water levels here are unstable.
pero ese meme también
and
está
there's a
ahí.
chance the water will rise.
Porque también hay un personaje o masculino o
staying
femenino
here
y tienen
wouldn't
sus
be
nombres
safe either.
canónicos, pero tú les puedes poner su nombre, creo también, así como acá.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Acá yo quise combinar Lobito con Lumin y me salió
Alright.
Lobin.
Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
A ver, Navi, ¿dónde está? Se fue para otro lado, ¿no? A ver, encuesta. ¿Quiénes usan Shift para correr? ¿Y quiénes usan el clic derecho?
Oh no.
Yo uso ambos, no sé por qué. A veces yo uso ambos. A veces uso uno, a veces uso el otro.
Over from the side.
Hace tiempo que no hacíamos esto en un dominio de trepar. A pesar que se podía romper esto. Oh, acá hay algo. Bueno, con esto me puedo hacer un estofado acá. Me sirve. Ahora que estoy viendo bien tu icono, siempre Shift en todos los juegos, sí. El meñique con abdominales ya ahí en la... ¿Qué? ¿Por qué la cámara se puso así? Ah, porque por esto.
Wait. What's wrong with this
¡Ay!
bridge? Run for it!
¡Corre, corre, corre! ¡No! ¡No, no, no, no! ¡Se cayó al agua primigenia!
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to
No.
get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
No.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Melus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great.
No,
Thanks
mano,
to
me
your
quedo
help,
sin
those
palabras,
bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Melus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Dime que todo esto es porque se ha desmayado, que no ha caído en el agua primigenia. Dime que se ha golpeado y está simplemente está teniendo un recuerdo.
For some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait, something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Su juicio. ¿Qué?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
¿Qué juicio? ¿Qué juicio? ¿De qué?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her! Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Todo esto es un recuerdo, tiene que serlo.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But
Pero,
are you sure you can stand behind me?
que no, o sea, estoy perdido ahorita, ¿verdad? Y me da miedo, ¿verdad? Navia. Pero es imposible, pues, que le pase algo si se supone. Si es un recuerdo, entonces tienen ese.
What kind of place do they think this is?
No, pero no sé si es un recuerdo o una alucinación. Porque si se supone que es un recuerdo, ella debería recordarlo todo en su enteridad, ¿no?
Please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
En Poisson.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the
Esperen,
well-being
todos los
of
que están
those
ahí
in
ahorita en el
Poisson.
juicio son las personas que han muerto. En
Wait a
Poisson.
moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so
Claro,
many
ahora entiendo.
difficulties.
Todos los que están ahí
You
son los
are
que han
one
muerto,
with
los que
us.
no lo lograron ahí en Poisson.
We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all,
¿Han
but
o van a?
what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
No son los que han muerto. Ella no dieron una lista de. Ella no le dio una lista a Paimon de todos los que habían fallecido. Son todos los que están ahí, pues, ¿no? Es lo que estoy entendiendo. O sea, está a punto de. O sea, Navia está a punto de morir. Es lo que estoy entendiendo.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Oh,
Melus?
¿qué pasa? Todo se está distorsionando cada vez más.
What was that, Mr. Melus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here
Es
forever.
su sentimiento de... Todo esto es una manifestación de su sentimiento de culpa, de que todos murieron y ella sigue ahí. Y ella sigue viva. Bueno, entre comillas. Debe estar desmayada o algo.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we
Claro.
are all
Todo esto es una manifestación de su culpa. O sea, de su sentimiento de que no pudo salvar a esas
Even
personas.
if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the
No sé por qué esto me ha recordado a Silent Hill.
together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals? Do you need to defy our...
Ah, la miércoles, qué miedo.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Qué miedo.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will
Pero,
enforce
como Melus y Silver siempre estuvieron ahí para ella.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree,
Ya sabía,
Joy,
dije,
Jolien, Eslen,
son los que murieron.
and Mr. Giverny and
Son
Mrs.
todos los
Burnett,
que
who we met
murieron.
earlier. Even Melus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Su madre.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Melus and Mr. Silver, must you
Lo,
be so
sí,
stubborn?
encajaría muy bien el OST de Silent Hill acá.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Oh, una oceánida, ¿vieron? ¿Vieron? Una oceánida. Por un segundo salió una oceánida. Creo. Sí, sí, ahí está, ve.
Be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Rayos, hay oceánidas por todos lados.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Qué miedo.
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
¡Oh! Apareció. Ah, ¿cómo sé que no eres una oceánida? ¿Yo? No, yo no soy una oceánida.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
Ok. No está permitido
The
escándalos.
court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle.
¿Eso significa que
This is your only
Neuvillette
chance
ha
to leave
ido a
this place.
rescatarnos? Signo de
Can't bear to
pregunta.
leave us behind or something?
¿Y lo está escuchando así inconsciente?
Melus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that
Ay.
this shall be our last goodbye.
Melus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Ah, eso, man.
No, wait! Just a second!
Al menos se despidieron de ella.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Ya sabía que estaba, ¿ves? Ya sabía que Neuvillette estaba ahí.
I must have been dreaming. Melus and Silver were still alive, and they were
¿Y si
defending me
Neuvillette
at
es el
some
verdadero
insane
Arconte?
trial.
No, no lo es, pero creo que en esta última
like you're
misión nos
alright.
vamos a dar cuenta de qué es lo que pasa ahí.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be
nos
dissolved
salvó.
within, but I
What is it?
think I saw two oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
A ver, otra teoría. ¿La gente que muere en Fontaine se convierte en oceánidas?
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able
¿La
to
gente que se
rescue you
disuelve en
before
el
your
agua
consciousness
primigenia se
dissipated.
convierte en oceánidas? Signo de interrogación. ¿Abro hilo?
Wait, did you say oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Como Vache. Aquí está, ¿ven? La gente que se...
Perhaps those two oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Oh.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Ay, Navia. Creo que es el personaje que más ha sufrido junto con la Shogun, obviamente, que perdió a su hermana. O sea, Raiden A, que perdió a su hermana.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Shao, que perdió a todos sus amigos.
Oh, I'm
Yelan, que también
quite
perdió
all
todo
right.
su grupo.
Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Chichi que literalmente murió. Pero eso significa que hemos farmeado fontanenses desde el inicio. Si te refieres a la Oceania de Shinse, técnicamente a la misma fontanesa durante tiempo. A la misma. La hemos vencido, pero se recupera y la volvemos a enfrentar y así. Che, qué buena está la misión legendaria de Navia. No, estoy seguro que va a tener su propia misión aparte. Y esa sí la espero con ganas, porque de verdad Navia me ha caído tan bien y me he encariñado demasiado. Siempre las rubias.
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity.
Ah, ya veo al main Navia. Es que de verdad me ha caído tan bien. Me he encariñado mucho, de verdad. Es como que te logras poner en sus zapatos y te das cuenta de todo lo que ha sufrido, de verdad.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's
¿Verdad? ¿Cómo llegaste hasta aquí? ¿Cómo supiste que estábamos acá? Eso es lo que quiero saber. ¿El agua te lo dijo? O sea, no, sí le dijo al arlecchino.
When I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the Knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and whoop.
Espero que Navia se anime pronto. Ok. ¿Verdad? ¿Cómo voy con esto? Me he olvidado de... Ahora se puede hacer esto rápido. Ah, ya tengo todo esto. Ya no tengo que hacer misiones
I'm
diarias.
sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Monsieur
Yes,
Neuvillette.
if you wouldn't mind my company.
¿Cómo no los tengo? ¿Cómo no tengo a Neuvillette? Podría añadir al party ahorita. Ah, no, no puedo. Estoy dentro de un dominio, ¿verdad? Ay, otro de estos. Bueno, vamos. Soy yo, dijo hola. Escuché y dijo hola. Me va a matar porque no tengo curación. Ay, ok. No entres en pánico, Lobito. Tú quisiste hacer este reto y ahora tienes que enfrentarlo. ¡Ah! Uf. Este men tiene unas animaciones medio raras, este Hilishur, que a veces parece que te va a atacar y no te ataca, y cuando no parece que te va a atacar, te ataca. Rezando para que permitan usar personajes de amigo, eso sería genial. Más lo haría con fines canónicos, lo haría. No tanto por potencia. Porque tranquilamente me puedo llevar a mis personajes más fuertes y esto es un paseo en el parque. Pero lo haría por efectos canónicos, más que nada. Oye, este lugar es gigantesco. ¡Ay! ¡No! ¡Corre! Oh. Esto me hace acordar un Uncharted. Me estoy quedando sin estamina. ¿Dónde están los fideos de Chongjung? ¡Ah! Los fideos de Chongjung. Acá están. Ah, mano, estoy en Uncharted otra vez. Estoy en Uncharted otra vez, man. Ay, no me jodas. Ah, que las piedras les hagan daño. No les hacen casi nada de daño, no me fríes. Ya estos menes no son tan... Y ellos mismos se están imbuyendo el... Se van a quemar ahí. Au, no. Uf. Me quedé sin estamina. Quémense. ¡Ah! Ya, uno muerto. ¡Ah! Uf. Recordatorio. Para la próxima. Recordatorio, tengo que buildear a mi... tengo que mejorar a mi viajera definitivamente. Tengo que hacerle más... Hace que haga más daño. Corre, 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 corre. Uf. No, y encima caen piedras. Yo diría más que Tomb Raider, claro, por lo que... Ah, claro, por lo que es Woman. Pero bueno, Uncharted de Lost Legacy, ya está. Uf. Daño geo puro. Hoy puede ser, ¿no? Le viajé a geo también. Y encima un guardián. Estás... Mi tecla W está muriéndose ya. Necesito un teclado nuevo ya. Se embuyó en hidro, se embuyó en hidro. No, me voy a morir. Aumentaré mi daño crítico. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está el plato de Diluc? Diluc. ¿Dónde están las hamburguesas de Diluc? Acá están. Y esto aumenta probabilidad y daño crítico. Y esto, probabilidad... de ataque, acá está, ataque, ya. Bueno, no es mucho, pero algo es algo. Ah. Aumenta la defensa también. Pre-build de viajera cuántico imaginaria. Sí, debía haber buildeado mejor a mi viajera. Protección. No, ¿qué hice? No leí. Defensa. Ay, no. Corre. Dime que puedo curarla. Oh. No, no sé si puedo hacer esto, ¿eh? ¿Quién me mandó a hacer esto? Ah, yo mismo, ¿cierto? Maldita sea, estos gilichurs, los odio. ¿Qué hago? 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 ¿Cuánto tengo que esperar? 1 minuto y medio, fantástico. Vamos a distraerlos con torbellinos por mientras. Canónicamente los juegos en Genshin reviven gente. Pero tienes que esperar 1 minuto y medio para poder usarlos. ¿Podré sobrevivir? Esa es una buena pregunta. Mi W no funciona. Mi W se traba. ¡Me voy a morir! ¡Mi W no funciona! Puedo, ya puedo. No, 1 minuto. No, ya fue. Estamos fritos. ¡Corre! ¡Line! ¡Linet, perdón! Aunque podría ser su hermano disfrazado. Déjame lanzar un ulti ahí. Ya. ¿Ya? No, 20 segundos. Más de 30 segundos. Ya, no, 20 segundos, 20 segundos. Tengo que sobrevivir, tengo que sobrevivir. El teclado, estoy cansado, jefe. No, mi tecla W ya está en sus últimas. No, 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 ¿qué estoy haciendo? Lobito, 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 te vas a morir. ¡Ay, no puede ser! El tiempo se pone más lento. Ya, ahora sí. Ya. Bloom, Bloom. ¿Dónde está Nilo cuando la necesitas? Au. Esto está muy perturbador. Ulti, 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 ulti. Bien, 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 bien. Ya. Daño de Bloom, aunque sea... No, menos mal que se quedó allá. Ya, contra este me tengo que... Algo es algo. El daño que hace el ulti de la viajera es bastante alto. Listo. Ah, este men es Anemo, eso es lo malo. Maldición. Menos mal que tengo esta espada. No, lo esquivé. Esa cosa, ese ataque que tiene me engaña bastante, me engaña. Necesito comer más. Estamos que nos empujamos cada rato los estofados. No sé qué cosa es, pero son como estofados, no sé. Ya, por favor, dime que ya no hay más. A ver, mi W, ¿cómo va? Mi tecla W, necesito un teclado nuevo ya. Espero que hayan disfrutado viéndome sufrir. Ah, pero si hubiera sacado mi Raiden Show, mi Yelan, mi Xiangling. Uf. Ahí está, mi tecla W dejando de funcionar. Ahí está de nuevo mi tecla W dejando de funcionar en momentos clave. Voy a sacar... Ya. Ya mi teclado está en sus últimas ya. Yo quería un teclado con switches rojos. Te tomaste... Gracias por recordármelo, quizá eso era lo que me faltaba. Son ya 1 hora y 20. Ok, antes de proseguir, vamos a tomarnos una rica y refrescante Fonta. Fantástico. Listo, podemos seguir ahora sí. Y a ver, si hay un portal de resurrección es porque aquí tengo que pelear más. O quizás no. Por favor, déjame usar a neuvillette. ¿Verdad? ¿Por qué nos han... ¿Qué hijos de su madre? No nos han dejado usar a neuvillette.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Hay algo en los muros. Hasta el color es el mismo. De hecho hay fonta roja también. Hay una fonta de color rojo. Hay otras dos fontas de otros sabores, ahí he visto. Me intriga porque no he vuelto a ver esas fontas.
Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Sí, ya da miedo ya tocar cosas
There
acá.
are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
Porque ya se destruyó una vez.
Someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Ya fue destruida una
That
vez.
would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate,
No
for
puedo creer que
example.
solo vaya 1 hora y 20. Para mí se ha sentido como 3 horas que estaba.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
¿Celestia?
She's facing this... what is this?
And is that Lady Furina in
La
the third
Furina,
image?
sí, Furina es.
Did the
es esa.
Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
No me digas que ella tiene, hay que sacrificar al arconte para que el agua...
The fourth image. I know this one.
Ah, no.
This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Ok. O sea que hay que sacrificar al arconte, es lo que entiendo. Ah, no. Buenos píxeles, ¿ah? Pero qué hermoso su cabello de Navia.
But I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Eso evento canónico.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Sí, es como si fuese como una secuencia. Paimon tiene razón. El orden de las imágenes está mal.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
O sea, ¿qué culpa están reconociendo las personas de la...
Timing,
Claro.
Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Did she herself commit that sin?
A ver, un segundo.
If not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
Ah, tenemos que ir a hablar con ella.
There's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Sí, quiero salir de aquí, de verdad. En realidad no importa quién haya operado estas placas. Lo importante es saber si de verdad se va a cumplir la profecía. Completado, A ver, pequeña tecla W, necesito que aguantes unos días más, ya vas a descansar en paz. No, creo que voy a desarmar mi teclado para limpiarlo. Voy a desarmar esa tecla. Voy a pasar un poquito de aire comprimido ahí. Seguro es suciedad a veces que queda. Además la tecla W es la que más se utiliza en los juegos, así que...
You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Exacto.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Siempre estás cansada, Paimon. Ah, pero cuando tienes hambre.
Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll
No,
depart as
Navia,
well.
de verdad que no.
Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Espera hasta el
I
día
will share the
siguiente.
results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that
No,
it's
pero es
come
que
to
ella es
this.
la que mejor sabe de esta profecía. Tiene
She
que
has long been
respondernos.
harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. so please don't think you're an imposition. All right.
Ah, ya,
I'll be on my
la
way
base
then.
de Espina y Rosula que está debajo de Fontaine. Navia y Neuvillette se marchan y Paimon y tú llegan a la base de Espina de Rosula en el río Ceniciento.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you.
Uy, ay, ay. A ver,
Yay! And there's good food too.
por favor.
No, the boss is the best.
Uy, qué rico.
Nice. These are all Paimons.
Qué rico. Mira eso. ¿Cuánto puedo contar la cantidad de polígonos que hay acá?
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
¡Ey, ey, ey! Ese sombrero lo conozco. Ese sombrerito lo conozco. Esas coletas las conozco. Esa visión, bueno.
Is that who I think it is?
Miren quién llegó.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
La astróloga número 1 de Mondstadt. Hace poco le hice una guía. Por cierto, pueden chequear mi guía de Mona. Está ahí en mis videos. La archimana... La archi... Bla, bla, bla. ¿Cómo es que se
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
No, pero hay teorías de que ella... Bueno, con esto ya se confirma que Mona no es de Fontaine.
Well, some other thing.
Es el personaje que más visto que hace en dibujos.
She took me as her disciple, but
Sí,
the
sí, es
first
cierto.
step to being a great
Una.
astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing
Sí, eso
for
es
it,
cierto.
really. She really is amazing at
Tristemente sí.
astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however,
Ah, ahí está el origen, chicos, ¿ya ven?
ancient house or clan.
Con esto confirmamos, desmentimos la teoría de que Mona es de Fontaine. Mona no es de Fontaine.
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
¿Cómo se llama?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Ah, ese nombre tan complicado.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get
Ok.
it. You can look into it further should you need to study
Podríamos ir al
astrology more deeply.
grano. Adabractriz glotona.
But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
¿Qué eres? ¿Qué pregunta hace Paimon también? ¿Qué eres? ¿Qué fea
Well, I was
pregunta?
born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag
Listo,
for a while. After
listo,
which I settled
listo.
down in
Mona
Mondstadt
es
City.
de Mondstadt, no es de Fontaine. Confirmamos más todavía. Desmentimos más la teoría de que Mona es de Fontaine. Es gracioso como la gente siempre ha pensado que Mona era de Fontaine. Cuando nunca se ha confirmado, de hecho, nunca se ha visto que... La gente simplemente hace teorías locas, ¿no? Como que lo han hecho a propósito esto para confirmar eso, para desmentir eso. ¿Ha venido Fontaine por la
That was the
profecía?
main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine.
De todo
Even
te
not
iba.
all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the
Por
fate of the
cierto,
world.
ha venido con Fischl por ahí.
Disregarding it would be a
Ya
mistake.
que las dos son uña y carne, debería estar Fischl por ahí, ¿no?
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Y yo necesito saber si la profecía es real.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know,
Es la astróloga más grandiosa que puede haber.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Amy no tiene visa para Fontaine.
Oh, sorry.
Yo me la imagino a Fischl ahí en migraciones de Fontaine, ¿no? Soy la más grande. Yo he viajado por todos los universos.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there.
Y el entrevistador en plan, bueno, pero ¿va a registrar esa maleta o no?
I'll be sure to come find you two again.
¿Han visto las físicas?
quick as rushing water.
No dije nada.
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Este men. La verdad es que nos lo merecemos.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday.
Ya, Paimon, tú charla un rato y se va a dormir. Ya, a mimir.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Let's go. Muy bien, ahora ve a la oficina de Neuvillette. Acá arriba. Yo veo las físicas mucho. Este juego tiene buenas físicas. Por cierto, vamos a seguir siendo más canónico todavía, ya que Lynette no está aquí. Voy a morir. Voy a morir horriblemente. Voy a tener que repetir una y otra vez las cosas, pero bueno. ¿Qué pasó?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Ok, a ver, eso tengo que verlo. Oh.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you.
Yo quiero ver la pelea contra la ballena. Contra la ballena. O sea, Tartaglia de nuevo va a ser un jefe semanal, a ver.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates
Sí sabe,
depicts the
sino que
previous
no
Hydro
quiere
Archon
decirlo.
Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Contador de Poisson. 3. No, ya van varios ya.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never
Pero
been
es que
as
es obvio, es un
superficial as
plan
you
que
have
tiene
presented
ella, pues, ¿no?
yourself to be.
Supongo.
Nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Esa risa.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Ey. Ey.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door?
Esa risa parecía que
Wonder
perdía la
what's up
cabeza.
with her.
Esa es la risa
She was smiling.
de... No me acuerdo cómo se llama el
She
men
didn't
de...
seem in the mood to care if
de
we were
Death
listening
Note.
in or not.
Cuando dice yo soy Kira. Está afligida por algo. A ver,
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
Ah, ¿verdad? Claro, es Kira, claro. Claro, obviamente es Kira.
She was in a great panic,
Ay, no.
though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again,
Ay,
a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
A lo mejor interrogarla no era la mejor aproximación.
Everyone in her
Ella
inner
tiene que darse
circle
cuenta
has
sola, ¿no?
noticed that she is
Supongo.
hiding some secret.
Después de todo, es la
We
diosa
choose
del
her
agua.
attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Someterla a un juicio.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
A ver, en ese caso,
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
creo que dime que vamos a reclutar a Yanfei y a Shinobu en un barco cerca. Oh, va a venir este. Ah, no, en un barco cerca del tren. Ah, en Poison. Pensé que en un barco que acaba de llegar. Dije, ya vamos a Yanfei, dije.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster.
Ah, bueno, Lynette regresa.
So
Ahorita la vuelvo a
divided
poner en
people,
el party.
That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Ah,
It's
otra
nice
vez
to
este
enjoy
men.
tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
No, gracias.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
¿A quién más tenemos?
I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then,
¿Por qué estoy viendo a este grupo como si fuesen una especie de escuadrón suicida?
wonderful. The
No le agrada al
small
hermano
lass.
Femo.
I guess I'll be facilitating things.
Ah, mira quién más está aquí.
Don't you think?
La marioneta perdida de la Raven Show.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that
Ya,
I just
este
learned from
grupo
Florent.
es muy disfuncional
and use
realmente.
on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
Ya, bésense.
You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Esa cara. Esa cara.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Ok. A ver.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day,
Parece
weren't
un
you?
team creado por el
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their
Cazadores
name,
fantasmales.
they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work.
Me gusta su acento que
They even
tiene al
left a
hablar.
unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Una trampa.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Ok, tírate
You
flores
used
tú
some of
solo.
those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling
El
children.
de General Crane me da vibras de Bloodborne. Ahora que lo mencionas, cierto.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some
Ahora que lo
intelligence in the
mencionas,
meantime.
sí.
I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong
A mí
suit.
más me parece, me hace, bueno, no sé si sepas de HoloLive, pero a mí se me hace más parecida a Nerissa Ravencroft.
And waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Pero ahora que lo pienso, sí, su diseño se
That's the
asemeja a
kind of
la
method
temática
I
de
would count
Bloodborne.
Calm
De
and steady.
Bloodborne.
Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember
Ah,
that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it.
Ellas tienen una historia,
If they're
¿no? Tienen una
realistic
historia
enough,
juntas. O sea
animals of
que
the same
son
kind
amigas
will follow
desde,
them
desde
all the way
niñas,
to the
parece.
trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yo usaría mi ahora Nivelet dice, yo usaré mi cañón hidro y destruyo todo lo que está enfrente mío.
Fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
No necesito
Would like for
trampas.
it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The
Qué
line that
humilde
divides
Nivelet.
life and
Canónicamente
death
es
is often
Gil.
exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Y Chlorine al final dice, ¿saben qué? Ya me harté, saca su pistola.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
¿Por qué no llamamos a los otros arcontes, ¿no? A Zhongli, a Venti, que están más cerca.
That's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
La metáfora de Chlorine es en realidad en realidad no es más que eso, una metáfora. No se harán llamar cazadores porque esto no es el quid de la cuestión. Además, su relación con Furina tampoco está en un punto tan malo como eso. Solo necesitan averiguar qué secreto esconde. Es irreverente indagar en los secretos de un dios, pero deciden asumir el riesgo para evitar que Fontaine se hunda bajo el agua, tal y como predice la profecía. En este caso no existe ni un cazador ni una presa, pero sí la posibilidad de tender una trampa. Eso es lo que necesitan, una trampa. Ok, otro logro completado. ¿Qué dice? ¿Qué decía? Ve a la base de Espina di Gosula. Zhongli y Venti están jubilados. ¿Verdad? Cierto. Pero, con la sabiduría de Zhongli y el alcoholismo de Venti podríamos solucionar este problema. Porque estoy seguro que la Raiden Show la decapitarían sin dudarlo. Y Naida, no sé qué podría hacer Naida realmente. En verdad, me estoy olvidando de Naida.
So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was.
Fremine se asustó.
But everyone else just looked a little surprised.
¿Te sientes más confiada, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all,
claro.
you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
¿Qué pasó?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. What's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Lynette.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar.
Ah, no.
You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Ah, no, no es
From the
Lynette.
sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
¿Quién eres?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
El encargo de la discípula y la maestra de Mona son amigas. La bruja N. Me gustaría preguntarte algo sobre la profecía.
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Oh, rayos,
You may
ok.
use such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
¿No puede haber alguna excepción?
Ah,
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are
Tan locos
usually
nos hemos
only
vuelto
the
que estamos
future
hablando con
as
una
seen
taza.
from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
Pero qué té si esa...
Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Bruja N, es la pista que nos das. Las inesperadas noticias te dejan un poco descolocado. Déjame leer. Al despertarte te encuentras con alguien. Navia.
Paimon hears someone talking. Alright, coming.
¿Qué trabajadora te has vuelto, Paimon?
Who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see
Mona,
I've walked
otra
in on
vez.
some lively banter.
¿Qué tal estos días?
Just fine.
Tal vez es una metáfora de las alucinaciones por estrés postraumático, o es la mamá de Click, creo. No.
Interesting than I expected.
La Alice es otra. La mamá de Alice tiene otro tono de voz completamente diferente.
Not all Fontainians are
Esta es
pessimistic
otra de
about
las
this.
brujas de ese grupo
One
al que
journalist
pertenecía Alice
mentioned
también.
that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Se topó con
Why, yes.
Charlotte.
It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the
En
old
realidad
hag.
ha venido a
I'll
visitar.
try
Alguien
again
ha venido a
tonight, but
visitarnos.
I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Sí, otra de las brujas.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Imagino que nos transmitió un mensaje.
The god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Exacto.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for
Pero
longer
pues
than that.
capaz es así como Alice, pues no, que es una elfa o algo así, ¿no? Que viven más de miles de años, o sea.
You must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Ok.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
De repente tenemos que esperar un poco más.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're
No
fine.
tanto, estamos...
Just a little
Tenemos miedo de ahogarnos acá en el agua.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too.
Pero a nosotros
I guess you could
no nos va a pasar
consider me
nada, pues, ni a
someone
Mona
who has
tampoco,
often
porque ella no es de
witnessed
Fontaine, o
fate.
sea. La gente que
far
no
as
es de
I've
Fontaine
seen,
no le va a
cannot be
pasar nada,
swayed.
lo mucho se van a mojar nada más.
But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and
Lo único que le
rational.
quedaría a la gente sería
But
huir,
fate may not
salir
be.
de Fontaine.
It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
No,
It
tranqui,
was worth
tranqui.
trying to comfort you, even if
Puedes
only a
girarte
little.
180 grados y, y caminar
You'll
lentamente.
help those who are struggling, the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem
No
to
dije
meet
nada.
by coincidence.
Me van a funar.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also
Tal vez
kinda
nos
sad
estaban
too.
advirtiendo de que deberíamos irnos de
Hey,
Fonte.
traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk.
A ver,
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
a ver, arriba, vamos al kiosco. A ver, vamos al kiosco. ¿Por qué estoy viendo esto como si fuera que vamos a despedirnos de las personas antes de que se derritan en el mar primigenio? A ver, tenemos... No, de hecho no tenemos ninguna pista. Estoy más confundido ahorita de lo que estaba ya al comienzo. Pero hasta donde sé, la profecía es inevitable, ¿ya? Y Furina sabe algo, pero no lo quiere decir. Así que estamos entre la espada y la pared. En serio tengo que... ¿Saben qué? Me gusta el teletransportador. Imaginemos que trepamos todo eso, ¿eh? A ver, ¿qué está por allá? Puedo irme por acá. A ver, ¿qué pasó? ¿Con quién nos vamos a encontrar acá?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
¿Nos hemos hecho famosos en eso?
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy.
Elipsis.
But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed.
¿Y en qué momento? ¿Dónde nos tomó las
She
fotos?
hasn't been
¿Cómo
able
nos
to
tomó
get a
las
hold
fotos?
of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Ay, man. Y te apuesto que Charlotte está por ahí escondida tomándonos fotos. Una enferma. ¿Podemos apreciar lo bonito que se ve Fontaine de noche?
We're here! Paimon's hungry.
Siempre tienes hambre.
Something to eat?
Es un barril sin fondo. No hay nadie. Ah, no, sí hay gente.
Hey, quick! Look! That's
¿Qué?
the limited edition only 16
Ay, yo pensé que era algo más importante. Yo pensé que era algo más importante. No,
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Ah, te ganaron, Paimon.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh,
Hey,
are you
Acetin.
here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Esta es una referencia en inglés. Que coman torta. Let them eat cake.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone
¿Qué tal
told you
rutina?
one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Qué cargosa.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some
Exacto.
today.
Si mañana fuera el último día, hay que disfrutar
For eating in
el día de hoy
general.
como si
You
fuera
might not be
el
able to
último.
eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface
Sí,
to
claro,
teach us
Sijuin
things
que
about
experimenta con
humans.
humanos ahí en el Fuerte Meropid.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
Ay, no puede ser.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Ok. Comemos pastel.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Ala. ¿Por qué siento que nos estamos despidiendo de los mejores lugares de Fontaine? O sea, nos estamos despidiendo de Fontaine. No sé por qué. No sé por qué me da esa impresión.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look
Pero
for
miren ese
Charlotte and have a
amanecer.
chat.
Miren qué hermoso amanecer. Ah, parece que hay una discusión en el pájaro de vapor. A ver, a ver. Desde aquí veo que hay una... ¡Ah, esa Charlotte! Hay una melusina. Dime que...
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ah,
Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
solo por casualidad. ¿Ya recogieron todos los cofres de la capital? Yo sí, de...
You
yo-
needn't worry about that.
o sea,
I
de
heard that
todo
you were in Croissant
casi
sometime
boto mi
back,
vaso
so I
de
sent you
agua.
a letter to discuss just
Sí, ya he recogido prácticamente todos los cofres ya. Tengo todas las zonas de Fontaine al 100%. Excepto la nueva que ha salido recién. Esa todavía no, porque ni siquiera la he descubierto.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
En realidad deberías darnos dinero, Charlotte.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When
Sí.
Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
No.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Un plató.
So much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Lo vuelvo a repetir siempre, me parece que desde el evento que hubo de las cartas, su vestido es muy corto.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh.
That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my
Bueno,
homeland
nadie
that
quiere
easily.
disolverse en el agua, ¿no?
From what I've
Entonces,
seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the
no
office
le
for
alcanza
that
para
interview
comprar
of
más
ours.
ropa con el sueldo
I
del
know what you
periodista.
That sounds a bit sad, but I
Periodista en
always believe
Francia,
that it's
o bueno, en
best to
este
do what
caso
you
una mezcla de
enjoy.
Francia y Londres.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly
Bueno, considerando la
destroyed
cantidad de
tomorrow,
protestas que hay en
but I
Francia.
still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Rayos.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Sí, claro, por última vez. Pronto no necesitaremos ir a ver el mar. El mar vendrá a nosotros.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
¿Sobre
If
qué?
it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Si pudiera elegir. No tiene sentido pensar en eso, claro.
To the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Y seguiré haciéndolo.
Still traveling?
Sí, y admirando todo lo que hay en este mundo.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
No me hace pensar en el día en que Genshin termine. Los días siguientes son muy tranquilos. Charlas en entrevista en la base de Espina Rosula. Tras terminar la nave regresa a la sede. Toma una imagen conjunta de ustedes. Todo parece ir bien. ¿Ahora qué?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
¿Por qué
So
salado?
the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Isadora.
You're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
¿Y pensabas que éramos fugitivas?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
¿Qué? ¿Pasó algo?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Uy.
A riot?
Uy, Fontaine haciendo honor a su contraparte de la vida real, con
Said,
protestas.
I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing
Ojalá
about
que
the
antes de que
prophecy
cierre haga
crisis.
un Genshin por Honkai. Puede ser, un Genshin ex Honkai. Puede ser, ¿ah?
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro
Si ya
Archon
hicieron
started to break out.
al revés un Honkai cross Genshin, también deberían hacerlo ahora al revés.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet
Se
for the
pasaron de
pressure they've
cara.
been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone.
Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
O sea que desapareció.
That's right. The Marsh
Se fue.
has dispatched many people
Se ofendió.
to search for her.
Se ofendió que la funaran.
We don't have any leads yet.
Se ofendió y cerró su cuenta de
That
Twitter.
said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Claro, ya veo.
Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Okay.
Is that so? Well, all right then.
O sea, ¿viniste todo hasta aquí solo para decirnos eso? Ok. Gracias, en cierta parte, por la información. Poisson.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too.
Ya, ponte tu bigote y tus lentes. La detective Paimon. La detective Paimon. Poisson. Pero no podemos continuar sin antes tomarnos una rica y refrescante Fonta. Exacto. A ver, Poisson. Acá está Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Ah, ahí abajo. Sí, ahí está. ¿Por qué saltas así, Lumin? Ahí está. ¿Has visto el tamaño de ese pez? Es un tiburón. Furina. Aspirador. Uno fincal. Fonta.
That's Furina,
Es
right
auspiciador no oficial.
Really is here
Fonta.
all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
Somos nosotros. Y ahí entra en personaje de nuevo.
You, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure
Peor, pues van a decir ¿dónde diablos está el Arconte? Es como que el alcalde de una ciudad desapareciera después de un problema. Esa risa, esa risa. Deja de fingir, oye.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is. The Hydro Archon's over there. Quick, after her.
Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Corre.
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line. That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Ya se fue.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Esta escena está muy divertida. Y la gente persiguiéndola.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina!
Pero si acabamos de estar detrás de ella.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Hasta parece que juegan al PSP. Sí, cierto. Ah, es un cuartito pequeño, lleno de pescado. Esta habitación debe oler horrible.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Su risa.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
¿Otra vez otro temblor?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Por favor, que no muera más gente.
Quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Poisson.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson...
Ya llegó al límite.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Pero aún así no te has rendido.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Pero también que no hay esperanza.
I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Poisson.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Ojalá, de verdad, porque...
Well,
ya cambió otra vez.
now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Ah, Furina puede estar canónicamente en el equipo. Todavía no he puleado. He hecho un tempulo al comienzo del stream, pero no me ha salido todavía. Tengo el 50-50 asegurado, pero estoy cerca. Estoy ya en el soft pity, creo. Furina, no hace falta que cargues tú sola con todo esto. Tenía pensado hacer todo, lanzar todo hasta el final, o sea, para conseguirla. Aunque nadie sepa la verdad, tu pueblo estará dispuesto a compartir la carga que llevas. Si en tu pueblo supieran la verdad, querrían compartir la carga contigo, claro.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Pero menos cuéntanos, pues, ¿qué cosa es? Cuéntamelo, seré tu testigo.
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Vamos, dilo. A ver. Oh, oh. What? What? Bueno, al final se ejecutó lo de la trampa.
This concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Y Furina estaba a punto de decirnos todo.
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice.
Estaba a punto de decirnos todo si lo arruinaron. Fantástico, Lini, te odio más que antes ahora. No tanto todavía como Jutao, pero igual te odio.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through
Uy, ay, ay.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Ala, eso es un sí. Ah, mira, es la espada. Es la espada crafteable.
Like you have made up your mind.
¿Se rindió? ¿En serio?
I can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
¿Qué sería que en ese momento la agarra como reina en Mortal Kombat a Chlorine, le hace un fatality con el agua?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in my... But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Alguien llame a Jan Fei otra vez.
I will protect you.
Necesitamos a Jan. Necesitamos un abogado. Necesitamos a Saul Goodman acá.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin.
Un juicio no debería ser más serio. ¿Qué clase de juicios son estos? Better call Young Fei. Better call Young Fei.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for... Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Definitivamente.
Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Yo seré... ok.
That so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Estuvo a punto, pero ocurrió así, pues. Nos iba a contar todo. Y todos estos lo arruinaron realmente. Ahora tenemos que hacer todo un juicio.
Please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Ahí vi a
Most of the people who
Charlotte también ahí.
participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed.
Ya, pero
to
Navia,
turn
lo que estás haciendo,
smoldering
estás admitiendo un
anger
delito,
into a
incitación a la
flame.
violencia. Eso se llama incitación a la violencia, es un delito.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So you mean
Se pasó
the
Navia,
ones who
se
scoured the
pasó.
settlement for me were
Pero
also
buena táctica.
from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Erenie.
Poisson.
It was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Ah, entonces sí sabíamos todo lo que estaba pasando.
I can guess neuvillette and
Solo que
parts.
no nos salió exacto como queríamos porque ya Furina estaba a punto de contarnos. Pero ya pues.
Gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation
man.
once you found me in Poisson.
Poisson.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh?
Mi misión era intentar una última cosa. Queríamos que nos contaras tu secreto antes de llevar al tribunal.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Efectivamente, ahora lo único que podemos hacer es juzgar al Arconte, Hidro. ¿Qué iba a contarme? Sí, es que nos iba a contar las cosas y me quedo con las ganas de escuchar lo que iba a contar. Me quedo con la gana de...
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Ah, sí, a ver.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, long time on see.
Charlotte.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine.
Eso sí va a servir, ¿ah?
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Nos viene perfecto.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
A ver.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Okay.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Oh, ya está todo completo. Genial.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should
La
have been in the
ballena.
primordial sea at that
Ahí
time.
está la ballena de la que hablaste, Silver.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The
Y la hora
words
del
of
té.
someone as
La taza.
extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
A ver.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on,
Nos convertimos en
There's
fiscales
no need to
técnicamente.
repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is
La viajera está
unrelated to your
hablando.
conduct as an Archon.
La viajera está hablando, no puedo creerlo.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait.
Ok, otra vez volvemos a lo mismo de que Furina no es la Arconte.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can
No me
be
digas
super
que
irresponsible.
no me digas que vamos a estar en otra situación así como Naida, o sea,
Such a huge claim.
Kusanali y Ruka de Bata o Ei y Makoto otra vez con esa situación de la dualidad de que una es y la otra no es.
Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice That you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move
Sí,
on with our
es de
lives.
rutina.
What do you say to that?
Ok.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held
Hasta
beliefs of the
apostaría que pasa de nuevo. No, yo tengo mi teoría para Natlan.
Well,
Mi teoría para Natlan es que ya cuando lleguemos al Arconte va a estar muerta. Como Himeko, igualito. Y la historia va a ser de que vamos a apoyar a la primera persona que conozcamos al momento de llegar. Va a ser nuestra amiga, así como Navia. La vamos a acompañar durante toda la historia y al final toda la historia va a ser apoyar a esa persona a convertirse en la nueva Arconte.
Then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
A ver. ¿Por qué ha podido Furina vivir tanto tiempo a pesar de ser humana? No relacionado. Ah, es la sentencia.
That doesn't sound right.
Total, entonces si me están diciendo que no está relacionado. No, that does... Ah, yeah.
You may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Una
Who
maldición.
gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim,
La balanza está girando,
perhaps what
escucha,
I
escucha,
sensed
la
was
balanza
natural
está
divinity.
inclinándose.
But a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Es que sea una humana maldita.
Is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking.
Oh, ya sabía que la balanza está inclinándose.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Ok. ¿Esta servirá? Creo que es esa, sí. No.
That doesn't sound right.
Ok. La sentencia de Noville otra vez.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really
A ver,
losing
y si hay una... Si existe la verdadera Arconte Hidro, si no es ella, ¿quién es entonces?
But the Oratries handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratries.
Entonces hace una demostración. Saca dos abanicos y empieza a hacer agua. Sacar agua, sí.
There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Hasta un humano con visión podría hacerlo.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into... Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Sí, muy conveniente.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh, rayos. Otra vez.
Seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
A ver. Ella es Furina ya, de hecho sabemos que ella es Furina. Y si, como ella se hace llamar también Focalors, que es su nombre de diosa, si Focalors es una persona diferente... A ver, otra. El incidente del mar... No. Ay, ya. La ballena del sueño no es. No creo que sea la caída del mar de Navia. Ok. Era la de las chicas desapareció.
That all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Ah, la que turbio, ¿qué? ¿Tirarla? No me friegues.
Please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Ah, la miércoles.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
A ver, esto tengo que verlo.
The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Va a hacerlo, va a hacerlo, va a hacerlo. Va a hacerlo, va a hacerlo.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Ok.
Due to the inherent risk of the test,
Preparémonos para escuchar un grito de dolor, pero horrible.
Hey!
Lo ha hecho.
I'm fine. Look at me, everyone. My hand is still here. I haven't been dissolved.
Bueno, tienes un guante, pero...
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward.
No, llamaron a Siegewin todavía.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater.
Ah, sí le quemó la mano.
Is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater.
Creo que corté el grito para adelantar, pensé que...
Lady Furina, you may return.
Porque sí me pareció ver ahí un sé que dice que sí le dolió.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my
Bueno,
innocence?
también solamente pusiste la mano.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Oh, rayos. O sea, estaba dispuesta a morir con tal de...
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Bueno, ahí sí tiene razón, tiene un buen punto. Se atrevió, estuvo dispuesta a morir con tal de probar que es una diosa.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Ah, su madre.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
Okay.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is...
culpable.
Guilty.
Oh. Ah, su madre, man.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
¿Qué pasó?
Well, what's
¿Inocente?
wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
¿Cómo que le van a aplicar un 1789? ¿Que la ha declarado inocente?
The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
¿Qué?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Ahora, claro, acá vamos a aplicar vacíos legales, ¿ah? Dice ARCONTE hidro, no furina.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro
Con
Archon
esto se
in the
estaría
first place.
demostrando que sí es la ARCONTE hidro.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Que sí era la ARCONTE, pero...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Freminé va a hablar, a ver.
Is the trial still going?
Ah, recién llegas, fantástico.
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy?
Okay.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Tranquilo, estás a tiempo, creo.
Thank you
Supongo.
for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the
Doña,
other
hoy
existing
Doña,
slates.
eso me gusta.
I'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
A ver, vamos a ver. Vamos a hacer la visión elemental seguro también.
So what do you see? What is it?
Es el antiguo arconte Hydro usando su poder divino. Y convirtió a las oceánidas en humanos.
It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Están relacionados con la realidad, supuestamente.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Ya. Observa las imágenes de las placas para extraer de ellas información clave. Entre los incidentes apuntados en el manual de la entrevista encuentra situaciones relacionadas con las imágenes de las placas para corroborar su veracidad. El nivel del agua de la fuente de la interfaz aumentará conforme avance el progreso de la corroboración. Cuando corroboras la veracidad de todas las placas, se revelará la veracidad de la profecía. A ver.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine
Sí me acuerdo,
power,
sí me acuerdo.
and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh,
Pero entonces, ¿por qué no tienen el cabello azul y los ojos azul brillantes? Como todas las oceánidas que nos hemos encontrado hasta ahora.
This process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Pero no es la misma, Arconte.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving
Pero
into the sea.
ahora que lo veo, se puede interpretar de esa forma. La anterior Arconte convirtió a las oceánidas en personas. Celeste los castigó eliminando a la anterior Arconte y enviando a la nueva Arconte para que sea juzgada como está ahorita sentada en la silla llorando. Tal como se ve así. Es lo que, bueno, es lo que yo estoy interpretando.
But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
A ver, los usos relacionados. Una placa de proceso encontrada si su imagen aparece retrasada. La prueba de relación. La verdad del caso de las... Basher.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women
La viajera hablando.
that Fontainians
Qué
can be
suceso tan...
dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Ajá. Y aquí, resulta que la gente de Fontaine puede ser disuelta, pero Basher secuestró y disolvió a muchas jóvenes con el fin de encontrarse han sido disueltas. Chao. A ver, no, me equivoqué. Retrata a Celeste flotando en el cielo y al Arconte Hydro y su pueblo rodeados mientras la miran. Aún así parece que Celestia los castigó. Esta sillada en el aire olvida. No. Con furina creo que tiene que ver. Sí, con furina
Perhaps
tenía
what
que
is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Ah, qué triste esa imagen. A ver, una placa nueva retrata al arcón de Hydro hundiéndose en el mar. Tartaglia. Ah, no. Ajá, Navia cayó,
Not
¿no?
as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea.
No. Ya, lo que retrata coincide casi a la profesión con la profecía de Fontaine. Al final toda la gente de Fontaine se disolverá en el mar y solo quedará el arconte Hidro. Creo que aquí entra lo que nos dice la bruja. No puede ser. ¿Qué? Pero...
Prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not
Aunque tiene
many people
sentido
believed it at first.
que está
The
sellado.
fortress of Meropide was
Claro,
nearly
claro, tiene
flooded
sentido.
with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater.
Y vuelven a ser oceánidas otra vez.
And take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within
Poisson.
her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
A ver.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
A ver. No es realmente humana.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
La segunda placa fue... El pecado fue crear a la gente, claro.
Of the first slate, that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Y la tercera y cuarta placa deberían estar al revés.
The image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Y la cuarta placa.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within.
Entonces... ¿La sentencia es para la anterior Arconte Hydra?
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Ajá, y ahí están las gotitas.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian. But it...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
¿Y entonces qué
A key
retrata?
point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Ah, cierto,
The nation
cierto,
of
cierto,
Fontaine
cierto.
is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Entonces...
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Como si el destino lo controlara todo.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
¿Te refieres a qué? Ya me estoy quedando sin voz ya. ¿Cuál es el verdadero origen de
This
la
eruption
catástrofe?
was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Podría corroborar, se encontraron con involucrados. ¿Será la ballena?
It was both dream
Sí, es la ballena.
and reality.
Ya veo, no entendí nada. Tranqui, Silver. La verdad se está revelando poco a poco.
Primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
¿Por qué se pone todo de color morado? Oh, wow, 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 wow. El agua. Corran, corran. ¡Oh! Es una ballena, ¿ok? Tartaglia. Y era hora que apareciera. Apareció el tortillas. Neuvillette, no sé si te das cuenta, pero estás atacando a un ser de hidro con hidro. Ya no dio más. A hero. I need a hero.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Esa es la ballena que Neville vio cuando era pequeño.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Entonces lo único que tenemos que hacer es deshacernos de esa ballena para solucionar todo.
Its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
Facilito, ¿no? Ojalá me dejen usar alguno de ellos, porque solo estoy con la viajera.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should
Creo que nos van a dejar usar a Furina. Ojalá.
Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the
Después de todo ya
creature
se
for
puede
quite
jugar
a
con
long
Furina, ¿no? O
time.
sea.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special
O a Tartaglia, por último, ¿no? Que nos dejen usar a Tartaglia.
didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
¿Por qué?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
No.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
¿Y ahora qué?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Al final las cosas han tenido que salir así. Es imposible luchar contra el destino. Un momento, ¿el destino?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Tal vez aunque la profecía se cumpla de verdad, sí que hay una manera de salvar a los demás. Debe haber algo que se me está escapando. ¿Cómo qué? Claro, Furina, ¿qué es lo que iba a contarnos cuando estábamos en el baúl mágico gigante? ¿Cuál es el secreto de Furina? Todo se empieza a poner loco. Furina está ahí arriba.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh.
No, I still need answers.
¿Qué es más aterrador, saber que Furina va a morir o escuchar a la vejera hablar? ¡Ay! El agua. ¿Quién estaba ahí? ¿Vieron? Había alguien ahí. Había una espada gigante. ¿Quién es? Patas. ¿Furina? ¿Qué?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did
Ya
you
sabía
deceive
que
us?
Focalors o Focalors era otra persona.
Oh, that wasn't
No eran
my
los
goal,
mismos.
of course. Goodness no.
Esta podría ser una buena
But
skin,
I
tienes
had to
tienes
fool
razón.
everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Esta va a ser una skin en el futuro.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact,
Qué
one
buena
was
toma.
positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly
Señora Lovin, yo vi los gameplays, leaks de Navia. ¿Ya se filtró tan rápido? A su madre.
almost growing barnacles by the time
Ya, eso sí voy a verlo.
realized there was
Esas
only
cosas sí
one
suelo ver, para ver
possible
más o menos
solution
cómo
to
será el
this
gameplay.
confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
No pierden
I'm
tiempo
genius,
los
I
leakers.
know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties
Solo
of the
diré,
Hydro
"Kia".
Archon,
Ya, eso
and
tengo
not
que
to
verlo.
mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can
Ya,
only
entonces lo que
play
entiendo es
the
que
hand one
Fossalors
is dealt.
y Furina
I did not
técnicamente
choose
son la
this,
misma persona, pero es
any more
una
than I
dualidad,
chose to
así
be
como
one of her
Rocadebata
Oceanid familiars.
y Kusanali, algo así. Es lo que estoy entendiendo.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now.
Bueno,
In
tengo
my eyes,
Tengo una lápida de lobo
part of
lista
the
por si
greatest
no puedo
opera
conseguir
ever known.
el Claymore de Naida. De Navia, perdón, de Naida, de Navia.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity
Si
from
es
my
que no logro
body and
conseguir el oro.
spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind.
Esta también está fría como roca. Creo que va a estarlo dentro de poco. No sé por qué pienso que se va a sacrificar para salvar a Furina. O sea, algo me dice que...
Everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable.
Le sirve por el... Ah, escala en ataque. Oh, genial.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Era la humana perfecta. Era una buena persona. Así que la maldije.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Qué turbio, ¿eh?
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne, in order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled.
Sí, por ahí conozco gente que está enojada porque no le sirve el cornirrojo de Ito. Es que seguro pensaban que iba a escalar de defensa como la mayoría de personajes Geo. Pensaron que iba a ser una novela de 5 estrellas, cuando la novela de 5 estrellas es Ito. Navia va a traer algo nuevo, creo. Hasta donde sé, va a aprovechar bastante la reacción de cristalización.
She was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
Exacto.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Entonces, lo que va a pasar ahorita es que vamos a ver otra vez la dualidad de un arconte y cómo la parte más, digamos, interna se sacrifica para poder salvar a la otra parte, ¿no? A ver. El mundo interno de Furina. ¿Qué hace en el escenario? Puede que no sea Furina, sino un reflejo de su yo interno. Si pudiera hablar directamente con ella, tal vez averiguaría algo importante. He venido en busca de respuestas, así que no puedo dejar pasar esta oportunidad. Intentaré hablar con ella. ¿Y en qué momento me voy a enfrentar a la ballena esa? A ver.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Soy yo, Lubin.
All right. It is not my intent
No me
to
mires, no
reprimand
me
you.
mires.
There is no need to state your name. Just
¿Cómo es
be
esto
off
de
with
no me mires,
you.
no me
Do not
mires?
distract me from my performance.
Pero si aquí no hay ningún público. Aunque solo sea por un momento, por favor apaga las luces del escenario.
I am Focalor.
Así
The
podré
eyes
volver a
of
ser yo.
countless Fontainians are upon me. I must at all times display the utmost
Oh, ya
elegance
tiene
and
ganas del
nobility.
mini abismo. Quiero sufrir. Necesito un desafío ahorita. Qué gran determinación tendrá para haber creado este muro en su interior y su subconsciente. Tengo que encontrar la manera de hablar con ella. Apagando la luz, como dice. Parece que como que nos hablaba doble, ¿no? Nada, es imposible hablar con ella. En su interior sigue interpretando el papel del Arconte Hidro. Qué gran determinación tendrá para haber creado este muro en su interior y su subconsciente. Tengo que encontrar ya lo mismo que apagando las luces.
Dear audience, the performance is
Ay, no me
experiencing
friegues.
a technical difficulty, but worry not.
Ok, espera. Me va a atacar ahí justo. Ya me había bajado la vida, mira. A ver. ¿Dónde está el...? Acá está esto. El de ataque. ¿Cuál es este? Ya. Y vamos a aumentarnos la defensa también.
Soon enough.
Cuidado, au. Ah, la miércoles. Au. Siempre esas cosas no las puedo esquivar. ¿Por qué? Ya, ahora sí. Eso hace bastante daño y... creo que mejor uso los que curan con el tiempo, ¿eh? Ok, gracias, le aumentaste el área. Ok, tengo que jugar con mi habilidad elemental. Esto es lo que más daño hace. No hiciste nada. ¡Ay! Parecía que no iba a ser más. ¡Ah! Uf, bien, le esquivé. De ahí me tengo que enfrentar a más cosas, ¿no? Gracias por aumentarle el área. Genial, me ayudas bastante. ¡Ay! Maldición. Y ahora sí. Ya, y me voy a ir curando porque ya sé que voy a enfrentarme a varias cosas. Ya se está llenando el aluminio, no puede ser. Un reto como pide. Sí, yo no debí pedir otra de estas, fantástico. Lo bueno es que después de esta una más. ¡Ah! Ahí está. Bien. Qué bueno que son de hidro. Pero te apuesto que el último va a ser el del cañón, el que tiene la metralleta. Y ahí sí va a estar frito. A menos que si es el claro, es de Pyro, puedo hacerle explotar el ulti. Qué milagro que mi tecla de doble no está molestando. Bueno, canónicamente sí debe pelear la viajera. ¿Vas a lanzar otro? Veo que no. Uf. Ya. Corre. Corre. Uf. Ah, no puedo al mismo tiempo. Au. 2, 1. Esto se ha convertido en Dark Souls de la nada. No quiero gastar el ulti, quiero dejarlo mejor para el último. Porque yo sé que el último enemigo va a ser el cañonero, el que tiene la metralleta. Y ahora sí, ven acá. Y ahí entendí ya su patrón. Va a lanzar otro ahí. Ya está. Y la última luz ahora. Ah. Las luces simbolizaban la gente que la mira. ¿Y qué fueron esas palabras que escuché? ¿Será la verdadera voz interior? Una entrada, ¿cómo ha acabado aquí? Un ticket. Como miembro de la audiencia. A ver. Parece que va a empezar un espectáculo. Veamos tu verdadero interior. Acto número 1. Enfrente del espejo. Furina. Ah, miren, ve. La puedo controlar. Pero solo puedo caminar. Ah, su ropa es de color oscura. O sea que está en... ¿Ósea? ¿Ósea o neuma? No me acuerdo cuál es cuál.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Ahí está.
I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How...
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's
¿Ya?
going on? I can't seem to remember anything.
Algo me dice que este va a ser un momento
The only
emotivo.
thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me.
Oh.
You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met
O sea, igual va a
a
morir.
magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
O sea, a quien se le dio esa sentencia fue a ella, Fojalors.
Play as a god?
That's right.
No a Furina en sí.
You must begin a
Furina solamente
never-ending
es
masquerade. You must never
el
let
cuerpo,
anyone
digamos, una
suspect
forma
your
física que adoptó el
identity.
arconte, pero la verdadera arconte es ella, ¿no?
If you
Ella,
can keep it up,
Fósalors.
then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually
Y ya acabamos de
end in
ser
a
parte de ese
magnificent
juicio.
and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting.
O sea, la profecía se va a cumplir una vez, se cumplía cuando ya se juzgaba a Furina. Acto número 2, el discurso de toma de posesión. Esto es cuando Furina se convierte en arconte, entonces. Estamos recordando, estamos en sus recuerdos. Ah, ok, ya sé que tengo que ir al trono. Quería ver si estaba por ahí la viajera, pero no la veo. Desapareció. Mi inmersión se acaba de arruinar. Debería haber estado ahí sentada, pero bueno. Toda la gente de Fontaine. Ahora yo soy el arconte.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully I was able to
Y así empezó a desarrollar más su actuación, a fingir, a ser...
Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more
Claro, y empezaron las
assertive.
críticas.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here.
O sea, así empezó todo. Es básicamente como empezó todo.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
Y se le ocurrió
With a strong sense of presence,
ser alguien arrogante.
one who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Esa risa.
Very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
A personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Y así la gente se acostumbró a que todo sea una actuación, claro. Y ahí empezó a tener ella esa personalidad arrogante.
Seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Actuar con total convicción.
Dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away.
Entonces es payasa porque los demás no querían así. Bueno, le hizo escuchar a la gente lo que quería escuchar, pues. No se diferencia mucho de los políticos reales, ¿eh?
On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
There
is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Y eso convenció a la gente. Así fue como empezó todo. Acto final. No, acto número 3, la ópera, Furina. Ahora, ¿qué recuerdo vamos a ver? Ah, ya puedo correr, genial.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to.
Claro, ella siempre esperó ese juicio que dijo la verdadera Arconte, sin saber que el juicio que estaba esperando era su propio juicio.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Y era su propio juicio al final. A ver.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Ah, Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Todo era simple una actuación. Todo siempre fue una simple actuación, nada más. O sea, no... Ella pretendió ser la verdadera Arconte todo el tiempo. Y ahí es donde desarrolló esa personalidad. Por eso es que siempre evitaba el conflicto. Cuando la desafiaban, lo evitaba porque sabía que no podía pelear.
Here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the FONTAINE Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Claro. Y queda el último, creo que este es lo último, ¿no? A ver. A dormir. A mimir.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
500 años tuvo que estar así.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Que le pongas una pensión alimenticia, dice. Ay, Shamgi.
All right.
Este men.
Don't think too hard about this.
Es el Shamgi abogado.
Rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Acto número 4. La ópera, Furina. Todo es un acto, eso, todo ha sido...
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited.
Están repitiendo, los recuerdos así de golpe, todos los recuerdos.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Como que, claro, como que esa es su rutina, todo el tiempo se repite, se repite, se repite. 500 años así.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
500 años así.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
La fortaleza mental que hay que tener para hacer esto. De verdad.
When these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today too.
Es como intentar fingirse hacer el papel de un presidente, básicamente. Acto número 5, la ópera Furina, otra vez. Y ahora la vamos a notar más exhausta. Claro, ¿ves? Es una representación de que todo se repite y se repite y se repite y se repite. Todas las marcas de cada día. Mira. Acto 182.375.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame de Oteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
Hmm? What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No.
Solo habría que ponerse en su lugar un segundo.
I reached it long ago.
Imagínenselo nada más.
I didn't even notice my own tears.
Mano, quisiera poder abrazarla, ¿verdad?
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Lobo y Furina comparten lo esquizofrénico.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
¡Ah, su madre! Acto 182.375. La ópera, Furina y... ¿Y quién más?
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Ah, ya, cuando estamos en el barco.
From everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Es mi voz. Será el momento en que estoy hablando con Furina, claro.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard.
Y ahí nos iba a decir todo. Pero aquí es donde ocurre lo del juicio.
I nothing to say. I am Furina,
Ah.
the Archon of Fontaine.
No nos iba a decir
Everything
nada.
will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Oh, ok. Tenemos que ver todo hasta el final, entonces.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half
Pero,
the truth,
o sea...
is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I
O sea,
became
básicamente
one with the
ella
Oratrice,
es la máquina.
taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really,
y con
some
eso...
have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained
Eso de escenas
Fontainians for millennia
dentro de
had
la
it only
analizadora.
been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia. And
so the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Al propio cargo de Arconte.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon.
Neuvillette es el nuevo Arconte, entonces.
But...
Neuvillette es el nuevo Arconte. O se va a convertir dentro de poco en el nuevo Arconte.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original
Ahora
powers
tenía
should be
sentido por qué
returned to
Neuvillette era
you?
tan roto.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full
No, no se
power
va
as
a
an
convertir en
elemental
Arconte.
sovereign,
Simplemente va a recuperar su poder de dragón elemental,
So when I
claro.
was invited to the court
Así
of
como
Fontaine
Asaja,
to
como
serve as
Apep,
Iudex,
como
I see now that was your idea
Orobashi.
too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh.
the hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Ah, su madre, man. Y él recupera su poder de dragón elemental. Furina, gracias por todo lo que has hecho. A partir de ahora vive feliz como humana, tal y como siempre decía.
Judex neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that
Me sorprende que aquí no haya ocurrido nada mientras hemos estado acá.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Hora de la acción.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it.
Dime que vamos a poder jugar con él, porque si no, no voy a poder solo con la viajera, de
Now
verdad.
have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Todo eso acaba de pasar. En un segundo
Now that the
ocurrió.
oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring
Narwhal.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh, esto se va a poner bueno. Ya me voy a concentrar, ¿de acuerdo? Porque esto... Tengo que jugar como nunca ahora. Voy a tener que jugar como nunca.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. We can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Au. Por cierto, para los que recién se hayan unido, sí, estoy con el reto de solo usar a la viajera.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
No, no llego. No sé si le estoy haciendo daño. No sé si se le puede hacer daño, de hecho. Ok. Casi me caen los... No le he hecho nada de daño, nada. Wow. ¡Oh! Me va a matar. Casi me mata. Casi me mata. A ver, ¿dónde está? Voy a usar esto. Voy a usar este de aquí. Y creo que eso es suficiente de momento. ¡Hala! No sé si puedo hacer esto solo con la viajera, de verdad, honestamente no. ¡Au! La tenía que esquivar.
Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Au, me hizo daño igual. Voy a usar una de estas para irme recuperando de a pocos. Ok. ¡Oh! No puede ser. No puedo comer más, no. Soy yo, soy inmortal. Me acabo de curar por completo. Ah, es neuvillette que me está protegiendo, entonces. Ya. Ah, entonces ahí puedo ir con más confianza, pero de todas maneras no quiero que me haga daño. Es una buena oportunidad de ir practicando contra este jefe. Au. ¡Wow! ¡Su madre! Au. Pero la música está muy buena. ¡Ay, no! ¿No me das otra opción que irme o reducir la dificultad? Que acá no hay la opción de reintentar, ojo. Si se hubiera reintentar yo lo hago. Pero me está diciendo que baje la dificultad. Yo no pedí bajar la dificultad, ojo. Tengo que pasarlo, tengo que hacerlo. Creo que este va a ser el reto más difícil que voy a tener hasta ahora. Todo por ser canónicos. Nivel 92, eso, ¿no? No le hago nada, Ya, creo que esta primera fase más que nada es esquivarlo. Ya, sí le hice daño, ok, ya. Entonces esta primera parte es esquivarlo, ya. Acá lo puedo tocar, a ver. Ya. Y aquí empieza el reto, ahora sí. A su madre, men. Ya sabes qué, necesito también reducirme el consumo de aguante. Espérate. No tengo ningún efecto, creo. Se me han ido los efectos, así que tengo que volver a usar esto. Una tentación de adeptus. No. ¿Dónde está la de defensa? Acá está. No, protección de escudos, es defensa. Una reducción de aguante también necesito. ¿Dónde están? Acá está. Ya. Primera vez que estamos usando las comidas. Primera vez que uso así las comidas porque casi nunca las uso. ¿Ya? ¿Ya? ¡Ah! ¡Uf! ¡Corre! Ah, ya. Neuvillette me cura de a poco, pero es muy poco. Muy poco, me parece. Uf. Cada que pueda, nomás tengo que esquivarlo y atacarlo nomás. Esto es... el Tartagle se solió esta cosa, sí, es increíble. Pero creo que con Tartagle tendría un mejor momento, creo. Creo que la barra blanca es su vida de ese men. No lo golpeé, creo. Au. Cúrame, neuvillette, gracias. La música es increíble. Cúrame. Neuvillette, cúrame. Uff. Pero qué tal esquivada he metido ahí, ¿Ya está? ¿Eso era todo? A la hora que apareces, mente, hubiera sido de mucha ayuda hace un ratito. Aunque bueno, sí me has ayudado, gracias. Pero tu daño me hubiera servido más que tu curación. Se confirma que Neuvillette es Hell. Podría ser. ¡Oh! ¿Skirk? Ay, ¿por qué lo tiró Natalia? ¿Por qué lo tiró así como si fuera cualquier hueá?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my
La
job,
música
but-
seguía.
Oh well.
Pero qué trajecito, qué atuendo, ¿ah? Como que revela mucha piel, ¿no?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
¿Qué?
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
¿Tu aprendiz?
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Es lo primero que se fija.
I simply did not have
Pero es
anything
que
to say
miren
to
eso.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using
No, no lo he
power from
derrotado.
Brahma's
Todavía tenía
claws.
bastante vida. No lo he derrotado.
So you may speak to me as equals.
¿Qué tipo de persona tendría
I
que...?
have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed
Ya verá la pelea completa en el dominio semanal. Pero al menos ahí voy a tener a mis personajes, pues.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait,
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Surtology, ok. Surtology.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Perdón, me distraje aquí con la vista.
The
Este.
fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about...
Rinedotir. Rinedotir, Rinedotir, Rinedotir. ¿Quién creó Albedo? ¿Quién creó Albedo? La creadora de Albedo.
we've heard. Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Gracias, camarógrafo.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine Daughter.
Ah, no, no es
They are
Rinedotir.
both
Es como
pursuing some form of
Rinedotir.
perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
No puede ser. O sea, nos fuimos a pelear con la ballena por
In other
gusto.
words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
No me jodas.
What?
No.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain. weeping on her throne.
What?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
¿De verdad se hundió todo? No puede ser. O sea, todo para nada. Ah, pero la gente no se disuelve. Ah, pero la gente ya no se disuelve. Y el agua vuelve a bajar. Agárrate bien, Navia, si no te caes. ¡Ah, no! Fontaine se levanta. ¿Qué? What? El fuerte Merópide se levantó. Era todo un barco el fuerte Merópide, entonces. Era no un barco, sino una especie de transporte. Lo importante es que la gente ya no se disuelve. Y la gente de Fontaine todavía puede respirar bajo el agua, entonces. Lo único que pasa es que ya no se disuelven ya. Sí, está volviendo a bajar el nivel del agua.
It's a miracle! Water's receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Ok. Ya, entonces corroboramos que la profecía no era real. Jugada de 100 IQ. 1 reverse cardman. Carta reversa de 1. 4 horas y 24 minutos. 25.
The Spina attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rusula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Ah, no es el fuerte Merópide, es un simple vehículo que desarrollaron. Como una especie de arca en caso de... O sea, siempre estuvieron preparados entonces.
And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
A lo mejor siempre lo han sido.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship. while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Aplicaron la del arca de Noé. Exacto,
Draw
exacto,
even
exacto.
your well-traveled eye.
Me quedo con ganas de saber más.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything?
No, pero hay cosas que han quedado inconclusas en cierta parte.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make
Poisson.
a trip to the fortress.
Por un mejor mañana. Ve a Poisson. ¿Dónde está Poisson? Acá está Poisson. Y ahora... ¿Es aquí? Ah, ahí está Navi, ok. Está hablando con un fatui. A ver, eso no me...
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich.
Garunt
He
Snezhevich.
represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping
Camarada.
with our work. Our residents are
Camarada,
hard at work as
camarada.
well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Bueno, técnicamente sí, tú lo mataste.
Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure we can find a better theme
Pobre
than
Charlotte.
that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants
Okay.
to be in the photo, gather
Cheese.
up. And
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte toma algunas imágenes más de Charlotte. ¿Qué?
All right, that should do it.
Se equivocaron ahí con el texto,
Later
creo.
anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Ok, ¿qué tienen que decir
You seem
ustedes?
curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there
No voy a
is
decir
very
nada.
good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have
No
some
voy a
today?
decir nada.
I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhovich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
Un chocolate ruso.
All right, leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly
O de
arrived supplies with
Snezhnaya
you
en este
later,
caso, porque
Mr. Snezhovich.
Snezhnaya es Rusia,
We should be
básicamente.
able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijwin. Want to give it a try?
Ok, ¿ahora dónde tengo que ir? Ah, el acto final. Tengo que irme acá ahora, ¿no? Ah, el fuerte me lo pide. Ya está por terminar ya. Bueno, técnicamente he terminado, pero estamos como que ya en el cierre ya. O sea, técnicamente estamos ya en el final ya. ¿A quién tengo que buscar? Ah, ya. Ahí, de frente nomás es.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Odié este
Like
lugar.
you've been missing us.
Duke, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
¿De verdad lo va a entrevistar? No. Y este, Yuryu. Lurbine.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
The opportunity. No lo dijo.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people.
Él es el creador del arca.
You recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up?
Ahora dice que cuando más la...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems
Ah,
like
qué conveniente que llega Sijwin.
Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Sijwin.
Ah, Sijwin.
Ah, Sijwin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijwin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Y se le cae su máscara de humano. ¿Qué sería? Como ese meme.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
Habla
We
así
should
como
direct
si
more
fuera
public opinions
Calamardo.
toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss...
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Dan una nota con Risley mientras le cuentan lo ocurrido en la
I
superficie.
see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Ya, ahora. 4 horas
In that case, let's call it a day.
38 minutos,
Thanks
vamos.
for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Ok, el muelle. Ya va a terminar, supongo. 4 horas y casi 40. Aunque bueno, no. La primera misión de Sumeru fue 5 horas y media, me acuerdo. Técnicamente esto no es nada. ¿Dónde es? Abajo. Ah, bueno, nos lanzamos entonces. Yo cada vez que aparece Charlotte y tu frase, puedo tener una entrevista.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Sospechoso, ¿eh?
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Seguro que lo haría genial.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave
Otra vez
Fontaine's
perdimos la
gnosis to her as a
Fantástico,
diplomatic
fantástico.
gift.
Perdiendo la gnosis toda la vida. Las gnosis. Los Fatuis tienen ya 5 gnosis.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were
Los
actually
Fatuis
a
tienen
number of things
5
going for it.
gnosis, ya.
It could have been done as an apology
Genial.
for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Claro, ¿qué pasó con Novilo? Con Tartaglia, lo lanzó hacia...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya
Ah,
to
regresó a
recover from his
Snezhnaya.
wounds.
Okay.
I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Arlecchino, obviamente. Esa voz.
Father!
Father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Yeah, don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds.
Yo igual no confío en ti.
What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration.
No, yo no.
Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Por cierto, ¿me deberías entregar esto?
A vision.
Ah, la visión de Tartaglia, ¿verdad?
I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Ah, ya llegó.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
¿Me darías una entrevista?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Y se va.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Okay, gracias.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too.
O sea, claro, técnicamente hemos vuelto donde todo empezó.
I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good...
No, ok, perdón, te interrumpí. Yo con quien quiero hablar es con Furina. Con quien yo quiero hablar es con Furina. Yo sé que les debe estar ardiendo que mi resina esté al máximo. Supongo que este ya es el último... La última interacción, ya. Todo ha vuelto a la normalidad, o sea, no hay... No hay rastros del agua ni nada de eso. ¿Ah? Ah, no está aquí, está... Verdad, está afuera, está afuera, está afuera. No cambia nada. No, de hecho no ha cambiado nada. Estuvo inundado y ya se supone que se secó todo. Asumo que en el lore han pasado varios días. Ignoren que casi me caigo, ignoren eso, ignoren ese detalle, que casi me caigo. Esto parecía una guillotina, de verdad, miren. Es una guillotina. Pensé que iba a ser la ejecución.
So, you really are here, neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes
Claro,
time
una
to say them
guillotina.
out loud.
Neuvillette suspira levemente y les cuenta todo desde su perspectiva. Focalors engañó al Orden Celestial y salvó a Fontaine gracias a la larga actuación de Furina.
So that's what happened?
Yo solo estaba al tanto de la parte de Furina.
Lord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea,
Claro, como
with
los...
constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Como las acuosas
But
leguminosas
so
se llama
long as
acá.
those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians
Se
became
convirtieron en
true
verdaderos
humans,
humanos.
and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Claro, ahora recién.
And in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Pero...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
¿Qué pasó con el
I have
veredicto de Charles?
investigated
O
his case
Tartaglia, o
along
Novilo,
many
como se llama.
avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Ah, lo usaron a Tartaglia para hacer tiempo nada más.
Guess Fossilor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
Esa es una muy buena pregunta.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, and instead
Un
formed a
ritual.
ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
¿Qué será del futuro de Fontaine?
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left.
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will,
Claro,
of
o
course,
sea,
take time.
500 años aguantando y actuando como alguien que no
But
era.
now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon,
Pero entonces técnicamente ya no hay Arconte. Hay un ahí está el dragón elemental, es una cosa, pero el Arconte es otra. O sea, no hay Arconte. O sea, vamos a ser como entre comillas, monsters de libre. Naciones sin Arconte, entre comillas.
after Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true.
El indemnitio, que es la fuente de energía.
Faith in the Hydro Archon was, wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Ok. Canónicamente, pero en gameplay sí puedes llevártelo a otras naciones, no hay problema.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
¿Qué pasa con la Gnosis? A ver, es lo que quiero saber también.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Bueno, lo quieren las Gnosis para pelear contra Celeste, es lo que tengo entendido. La Zaritza es la que quiere hacer, la Zarina, la que en español es Zarina.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Sobre la siguiente, ahí nos va a decir Natlan.
Heading to Natlan, I presume.
Oh, dime sobre
I'm
Natlan.
afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is
Háblame
tell you
sobre
what I know
Natlan.
about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
La nación de los dragones.
Nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the
O
nation
sea que van a haber
of war.
personajes dracónidos
War
ahí en
ravages
Natlan.
those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you.
A ver.
The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his
Ah.
hat into the endless ring of war.
Capitano.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you
Con él nos vamos a topar cuando lleguemos a Fontaine.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
No más preguntas, señor juez.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh, a ver. Eso tengo que saberlo.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You...
Ah, eso, así nos fuimos. Ya, ahí es cuando nos fuimos, pero él se quedó hablando con Skirk un momento.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Oh, es una bomba de lore esto.
Huh. According to your parlance,
Esto es
I
una
believe it may
bomba.
be called a gnosis.
Well, that must
Se
be true.
supone que nosotros,
After
o sea,
Focal's
nuestro,
divinity faded, she handed her
en este caso
gnosis
la
to me.
viajera es la cuarta descendiente, si no me equivoco.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
No veo que ella tenga una visión. ¿Eh?
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity
No sé qué elemento
to
tendrá.
possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next
O sea que
time.
la vamos a volver a ver, interesante.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Creo Claymore apostaría.
I do.
Espero que sea como Tartaglia también, que
I
pueda
have a
cambiar entre un
disciple
arma y
of my
otra.
own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Y que tomen ese concepto y lo hagan mucho mejor todavía con ella. Sería genial, ¿eh? De que va a ser Crío, aunque podría ser Hidro, quién sabe. Está demostrado que los colores del atuendo no necesariamente reflejan. Mira, Tartaglia tenía pinta de ser Pyro y tiene pinta de ser o Crío o Pyro y al final resultó ser Hidro. Igual igual Arlecchino. Arlecchino parecía que iba a ser Crío y al final. Si no le van a hacer, no se ignora. No creo ya. No les ha convenido. Ellos se han dado cuenta que han perdido mucho con Signora. Por eso es que ya no van a hacerlo, no van a cometer ese mismo error. Ya.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
Ellos se han dado, Hoyover se ha dado cuenta que ha perdido mucho con la Signora cuando la mató a Signora. Por eso ya no pueden volver a hacer lo mismo ya.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Dije, yo soy la cuarta descendida. Yo soy la Genshin Impact. Todavía esos memes. Segundo, que el descendido que hubo antes. Ya, este es un solo diálogo, así que da igual lo que
I'd guess
coja.
that you might already be familiar with this concept. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Me está ojeando el men.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as
Canon.
special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Tranquila,
You
Raymond.
say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Eso todavía dentro de 2 años,
I
Paimon.
too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not.
No, pues.
But once in a while, I
Ya,
too
ojo,
would
queda
guess
claro
that if
que él no va a
wishes
ser el
were like the
arconte,
clouds in the
simplemente
sky,
está dirigiendo,
they will one day return
así
to the
como
earth as
Ningguang dirige el
raindrops.
Liyue, algo así. No hay ya un
Life
arconte
flows like
hidro, o
water,
sea, eso está
and
claro.
rain
Ya no hay
is
un
the
arconte
final
hidro.
answer.
Nunca
The
lo
water
hubo, o
levels
sea,
may
bueno,
sometimes tilt
lo hubo,
one
pero
way or
ya
another,
murió hace tiempo.
but the rain falls fairly
O sea,
upon all.
o sea, el concepto de Focalors y Furina. Focalors fue la verdadera arconte, pero simplemente puso Furina ahí como una especie de títere, algo así.
Is the difference between the
O
rains
más bien
that fall
la
upon
encargó de que actuara como si fuera el arconte. Pero ya, la verdadera arconte. ¡Eso! Supongo que serán las mismas preguntas, ¿no?
It seems from your expressions that you still ask away. I will tell you the truth as
Sí,
I
son lo
know it.
mismo. Ya hemos
I
pasado por
suggest
todo.
that you fully prepare yourself before going to...
Ya sé que tengo que prepararme para ir a Natlan. Maravillosa historia. Maravilloso final. Me encantó este final, de verdad. Pero antes no podemos irnos. No me puedo ir porque tengo protogemas. Y tengo un personaje que necesito obtener. Que aunque no lo sea, aunque no sea el arconte, igual la necesitamos. Vamos a ver. 10 deseos. Ya era obvio que iba a salirme. Ya está. Eso. Furina es nuestra. Una coley extra no está bien. No está bien, perdón. No está mal. No está bien. ¿Qué más nos ha tocado? A ver. Furina es nuestra. Eso significa que podemos añadirle a aquel equipo. Ah, ya está añadida. Genial. Me había olvidado que siempre ocurría esto. Está en... Y cambia hacia el otro. Genial. Cuando haces el ataque cargado, ya. Cuando está en... Si no me equivoco, Ousia, que es el blanco, aparece este. Cambiamos de nuevo a Neuma. No. Y los animalitos cambian automáticamente. Genial. Ahora, antes de irme, otro temple más por si acaso, a ver qué me sale. ¿Qué opinan? Otros 10 deseos más, porque quiero guardarme el resto de protogemas para Navia. O para lo que sea que venga ya realmente. Yo quisiera obtener Charlotte también. Ya sacamos a Furina. Era más fácil sacar a Furina que sacar a Charlotte. Me ha salido hasta una coley. A ver. 10 deseos más. A ver. Ok, 4 estrellas. Vamos a ver. Que sea Charlotte, por favor. Charlotte. Otra Beidou. Ok. Beidou ya la tengo C6. Yo creo que es suficiente por ahora. Ya hablo del gameplay ideal. Es que yo he visto la demo de Furina nada más. Y he visto algunos leaks de cómo funciona. Pero ahora necesito buildearla de verdad. Por lo que tengo entendido, ella va a funcionar con el set de Compañía Dorada. Ya tenía un set que estaba buildeando. Lo tengo acá con Kaia. Pero vamos a ver cómo le va a Furina. No tengo bono de copa de bono de daño hidro. No tengo. Tengo que estar encerrado ahora en el dominio. Ah, ya sí, ahí acá está. Y... Furina asciende con bono de probabilidad crítica. Así que voy a tener que buscar más daño crítico. No he visto todavía. Lo voy a ver apenas termine el stream. Voy a buscar a ver qué hay de... ¿Qué es lo que hay? El pase de batalla también ya está habilitado. Vamos a recoger todo de una vez, ¿no? Y bien.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Por cierto, tengo entendido que ella puede caminar en el agua. Vamos a testear eso antes de irnos. En efecto, puedes caminar en el agua. Uy, esto me va a ahorrar muchas cosas, mucho tiempo. A ver, vamos a teletransportarnos a donde siempre me teletransporto antes de irme, antes de dejar de jugar. Y ya para despedirnos ya, muchachos, porque ha sido un buen stream y me he divertido muchísimo. Bueno, gente, muchas gracias por haberme acompañado. Muchas gracias de nuevo, lo vuelvo a repetir. Gracias por los 500 suscriptores. Ya estamos cerca de los 600, ya en un ratito, en solo una semana. Muchas gracias, gente. Este año ha sido un poco difícil para mí en algunos sentidos, pero este año la historia ha estado muy buena y me he divertido muchísimo en Fontaine. Y pues no puedo esperar a jugar también la historia de Furina. La historia de Furina también la voy a subir como video, no como stream, sino como video. Probablemente este fin de semana ya estará. Pero igual, muchísimas gracias a todos los que han estado hoy día en el stream. Tenemos cuando giro la rueda afuera, gracias a Silver Plus, a Benji Rock que estuvo por ahí, a Shamgi, fan destacado del canal ya. Muchísimas gracias a todos los que han estado hoy día en el canal. Feliz Navidad. Ya me estoy adelantando, ahorita ya es diciembre ya. Pero bueno, muchas gracias, gente. Soy Lobito. Espero que les haya gustado el stream. No olviden dejar su like y suscribirse si es que quieren ver más así. Activen la campanita.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Sí, farmear tus artefactos. Eso va a ser lo más interesante dentro de poco. Y nada, muchas gracias, gente. Nos vemos en la próxima. Chao.